celebration offers a series of engaging, informative, and entertaining programs that examine the connection between the emerging knowledge of DNA and historical events in the Black community. The programs will also highlight how science is leading journeys of self-discovery, helping people rewrite their understanding of their families and their orientations as Americans. And we'd like to begin our program as well with a land acknowledgement. The Black Heritage Trail acknowledges that we are on the traditional lands and waterways of the Abenaki, Pennacook, and Wabanaki peoples, past and present. We acknowledge with honor and gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. We'd also like to take a little bit of time to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Eastern Bank, Revision Energy, People's Bank, the College of Liberal Arts at the University of New Hampshire, the Music Hall, Fabulous Fine, McLean Middleton, and Centrist Digital. This event is co-sponsored by the College of Liberal Arts at UNH. The Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire promotes awareness and appreciation of African-American life and history in order to build more inclusive communities today. And now I'll turn it over to Terry Robinson, who's going to give us some instructions around housekeeping.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have an amazing event for you today. But before we begin, I just want to make sure that we go over a few of the IT and just housekeeping rules. When you're in the Zoom, we ask that you mute your mics until Q&A. For any questions that you have for IT, you can put them in the chat box and just preference it by putting the letters IT next to it. For any questions for the Q&A, you can put it with Q&A. And during that time as well, there'll be the raise your hand function. And if you have a question, just raise your hand. Other than that, we just really ask you to keep yourselves muted for the duration of the event. And with that, I will give it back over to Dennis, who will introduce our panelists.
All right, thank you. So I will go ahead and introduce this program, Finding Our Roots, Researching Black History and Genealogy, along with our first presenter. Whether you are embarking for the first time or have started researching African-American history and genealogy, we hope you will learn something from this workshop. You will discover tools, research techniques, and hear stories that will inspire you on your own journey into the archives. This event, again, is being co-sponsored by the College of Liberal Arts at the University of New Hampshire. And it is my pleasure to introduce Shawn Halifax, who currently directs public history programming for Charleston County Parks in South Carolina at the McLeod Plantation Historical Site and the Cauca Interpretive Center. He is a certified interpretive planner and trainer specializing in ethical interpretations of slavery and its legacies, and is the lead facilitator of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture's Interpreting African American History and Culture workshop. Thank you so much, Shawn, for joining us today, and welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Dennis. I really appreciate the opportunity to join everyone there in New Hampshire and wherever else you might be. I also want to thank Jerry Ann for this opportunity and for inviting me to join you all today. To give you a little bit of background, as Dennis mentioned, I am with Charleston County Parks, and I work at one particular location, McLeod Plantation Historic Site. And so give me just a second to share my screen. All right. And so I'll tell you just real quickly about McLeod Plantation Historic Site. McLeod opened in 2015 to the public. However, it has a history in Charleston that dates back to as early as 1705. But Charleston County Parks acquired the property in 2011. I came back to Charleston County Parks after having worked here for a little while in 2013, and I was brought on board to develop the interpretation and research the site. And when we opened in 2015, I had just become familiar with a man named Martin Becker. And Martin Becker is a fascinating individual, and it's his story that I want to share with you a little bit about who Martin Becker was, his association to New Hampshire, and just a little bit more about the incredible person he is, and also about how we approach our research at McLeod, and hopefully be able to offer to you some valuable tools and the work that you do, whether it's researching your family's genealogy or another family's genealogy, or whether it's researching for a historic site or museum. Hopefully what I have prepared for you, you will find useful. So as you can see here in the image, the house that you see on the right is the McLeod House. One of the things that makes this site quite significant is that following the American Civil War, that house was used by the Freedmen's Bureau as a field office headquarters for the island of James Island in South Carolina. And if you're doing research into African American history and culture, you're aware of the 1870 wall. What's great about having a site that's associated with the actions of the Freedmen's Bureau is that we're able to use all of those records that at this site began as early as 1865. And so when we opened the site in 2015, it was unique. It was going to explore the histories of enslaved people, their descendants, including the work of the Freedmen's Bureau. And one of the persons that we learned about early on was a man named Martin Becker. And Martin Becker, the only thing that we had was a file that was shared with us that had sections of a Civil War widow's pension application for Caroline Becker, who was the wife of Martin Becker. And the sources were out of context. And so we really didn't know much about Martin Becker. We did a quick internet search, and we came back with a site, the African American Registry, that had an entry on Martin Becker that had no sources associated with it, no citations. But the information that it provided was very compelling. And so since then, we've been on a quest to learn more about this man. And what we have learned is that he's a person like none other I have ever researched. His life has raised so many questions. And as I speak, even this morning, we're continuing to uncover more information about this incredible person who, even though he's not known to history, at least not well known to history, really is part of a much larger movement in this country in the history of trying to obtain human and civil rights for Americans. Martin Becker is quite unique in the sense that he was not born in America like so many people of African descent, of course, but he wasn't born in Africa either. He was born in Surinam, and he was born free. He was born in Paramaribo, Surinam, to a South African San father named Wilhelm, and his mother was a South Asian Hindu named Antoinette. Both of his parents were free. As a young man, he was a sailor, which may have brought him to Europe, where we think that he was received a college education. The date of his birth is a little unsure, sometime between 1820 and 1824. In the 1840s, Martin, a young 20-something, we suspect, arrived in Boston, Massachusetts when James Polk was president. Why he immigrated to Boston and to the United States is very curious. Though free, he would still be considered a second-class citizen. He still risked his life. And so answering the question, we may never know why Martin Becker settled, but we do know that he did, and that by 1850, Martin was living in Manchester, New Hampshire. This is our connection to New Hampshire today. He was living in Manchester, New Hampshire, and he was married to Carolyn Becker. Carolyn Walker, who is a very fascinating, interesting individual that I'm looking forward to digging into her history and life as well. According to records at the Fitchburg Historical Society in Massachusetts, the Beckers paid taxes in Manchester in 1851, 52, and 53. And one of the things that Becker is known for, at least was mentioned in his the registry information, registry entry on the internet, African American registry, is that he was the first Black man, believed to be the first Black man to vote in New Hampshire on March 9, 1852, in Ward 4 of the city. Martin and his wife Caroline left Manchester sometime around 1854 and settled in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, where there's record of him having purchased land there in that year, 1854. Martin worked as a barber, owned his own shop that was housed in the Fitchburg Hotel. And beyond that, he was also an abolitionist, an outspoken abolitionist, and Underground Railroad conductor. This no accident that he and Caroline ended up in Fitchburg, as it was a hotbed of abolitionist activity. And one likes to think, or at least I like to think of him and his barbershop and his role there as a barber, using that space as a place to gather intelligence and information that would be helpful to Underground Railroad activities. He and Caroline had 4 children that survived childbirth. 2 of them were quite accomplished. One is Charles, who was an artist and teacher of penmanship, who owned and operated his own schools, and Hendrik, who would become a musician and music teacher. In 1861, Martin Becker enlisted in the United States Navy aboard the USS Cumberland. And the USS Cumberland's most famous claim to fame is that it was the first vessel sunk by an ironclad in 1862 by the USS Virginia. It was the first vessel sunk. And he was aboard that ship when it sunk. He survived that, which was very fortunate because 121 of his fellow seamen perished that day. Following his stint on the Cumberland, he was on the USS Minnesota for a very short period of time before he returned to Fitchburg. And then by 1863, with the Emancipation Proclamation, he joined the Massachusetts 55th U.S. Colored Troops, who spent much of their time here in Charleston. He was promoted to quartermaster sergeant and reportedly was shot in the foot and head during his service. And in February of 1865, he was with the Massachusetts 55th when they liberated Charleston. And by March of 1865, we believe, was staying in that house, the McLeod house that I showed you in one of the first slides. So what was the atmosphere like during his stay in Charleston and at McLeod's? The Confederate Army was gone. Charleston had been liberated. And while they were at the Massachusetts 55th was at McLeod, it was established as a site where Sherman Special Order Number 15, which you may be familiar with as 40 acres and a mule, was being implemented. And while the time that Martin was at McLeod, there were 27 freed families who received up to 40 acres of land that had once belonged to the McLeod family. Becker had devoted his life to achieving freedom and risking his own freedom for his fellow brothers and sisters. In September of 1865, he mustered out of the military, returned to Massachusetts for a very short period of time, and shared with Caroline that he was going to be returning to James Island, and it was at that time that they separated. When he came back to James Island in 1866, he came with a plan to become a landowner himself. He and 2 other partners rented land from a Presbyterian minister, $600 for 100 acres. They in turn signed labor contracts with freed people, 18 of them to be specific, where those people would, basically it was sharecropping, the early form of sharecropping. Freed people were paid $10 per month for 10 hours of work per day, 7 days a week. Tools, working animals, and modest rations were provided. They had to procure everything else themselves on credit from the 3 partners, including Martin Becker. This proved to be advantageous to Martin, and by 1870 he owns his own farm outright, valued at $5,000. In 1868, He was a delegate to the James Island, he was a James Island delegate to the South Carolina Constitutional Convention. He was a representative to the South Carolina General Assembly, one of about 180 former Black soldiers who did serve in Southern state governments during Reconstruction. He was a voting precinct manager in 1870 and was a trial judge by 1875. Becker is recorded as paying taxes on his real estate through 1877, but by 1878, he possibly had lost that land because records indicate that he himself may have been sharecropping in the last couple of years of his life. So one of the questions we have is it a coincidence that he may have lost his land and lived out the last years of his life as a sharecropper? And doing that happening within 1 year of the end of the military occupation of the South and the election, I say that with air quotes, of Wade Hampton to the governor of South Carolina. It would be interesting to know if there was, if Becker was on the losing end of that and lost his land because of all of his work as a Reconstructionist. All of the work that he did to enfranchise Black voters in South Carolina was lost. And by the time he died, South Carolina was in the grips of Jim Crow. And when Becker passed away, he was survived by two sons in Charleston, born by Sarah Smalls. Their names were Victor and Theodore. There's disagreement over where he was buried. Some say he was buried in Fitchburg, returned to Massachusetts, and some say he was buried in a Presbyterian graveyard on James Island. But one of the big takeaways for me from his life is that I think back to Patrick Henry and him uttering the words, "Give me liberty or give me death," while at the same time holding people in bondage. Martin Becker emerged as a courageous and brave freedom fighter. And though he probably never uttered the words that Patrick Henry did, his actions indicate he was motivated to give my brother and my sister liberty or give me death. And maybe it wasn't the rheumatism and the malaria, the heart failure that finally took his life in 1879, but rather the loss of his liberty under Jim Crow. A fascinating individual. And as I said, we're still learning new things about Martin Becker. Even this morning, I was still uncovering things that I hadn't learned before as we examined some of these different documents. So how do we know some of these things about Martin Becker? Here's a list of the primary sources that are giving us firsthand evidence of Martin Becker and his life and the events in which he was involved. I want to point out that his great-granddaughter, Nellie Becker Slayton, was in the process of writing a book on her family and is the person who has really done the most research on Martin Becker and his children. She's the source of much of our information about Martin Becker's birth and early life in Surinam and New England and his public life in South Carolina. So here you can see some of the primary, some of the locations of the primary source information that we have that we're using to learn more about Martin Becker. Secondary sources that we're using include the African American Registry that I mentioned to you. It also includes several books where there are brief mentions of Martin Becker and his history. But really, most of what we know about Martin Becker is coming from these primary sources. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about this idea oftentimes where people say, researchers will say, institutions will say that justify not interpreting or discussing or researching African American history because we just simply don't know enough, especially when it has to do with 19th and 20th century sites. However, I would argue that in the absence of traditional documents, that a creative and expansive approach to primary source analysis can ensure that the stories of enslaved people, of their descendants, of African Americans can be included into a more inclusive narrative, and that this information is not really as hidden. There are strategies that can be used to make this happen. One of them is concentric evidence. Using information, if you can't find it about a specific person at a specific site, moving out to the local, to the regional, to the state, to the to the country to provide a much better understanding of what life was like for the majority of people at a given time. And the other is using what's known as the aggregate of the anonymous. For example, in response to a question that we receive at MacLeod about the MacLeods, the enslavers there, their kindness towards the people they enslaved, while we don't have a lot of evidence about that, some statistics can help us have a better understanding, pardon me. So for instance, one of the answers to that question, pardon me, is that in 1860, according to the census on James Island, there were 21 plantations that enslaved 1,533 people by 193 white people. So how could 13% of the population enslave 87% of the population with kindness? When you ask that question, it becomes almost a ludicrous question. And this leads to discussions that are perhaps more revealing, discussions of resistance in all of the different forms that it comes in. Significant information about the lives of African Americans are available, but sometimes you have to dig hard to find them. Here in the South, certain questions by inexperienced researchers have remained unanswered, because an answer to a research inquiry is oftentimes met with, oh, all those records were lost when Sherman burnt this place to the ground. And I personally have experienced that and have learned that not all of those records were lost. And so don't accept that as an answer to one of your research inquiries. Talk a little bit about perspectives. When doing research, it's important to seek out multiple and alternative historical perspectives, not just the elite, but try to be as integrated as possible in your approach, and recognizing that each of those people of history exist within a particular context and maintain their own bias. And what's really important is that as researchers, we're able to not determine to what degree someone's of history's bias might have been, or even a secondary source's bias might have been, but I think it's probably more important to understand what that bias is. It's important to acknowledge the incompleteness that we have due to a lack of information, and that impartiality, imparted by partiality and bias on the part of the source and ourselves as researchers. The affidavits of Becker's associates in Charleston as part of his wife's pension application reveal a person that was very different and private than in public. His public persona of a human and civil rights leader is countered by evidence of a man that was physically, mentally, and spiritually tortured, that survived the horrors of war as best he could. We might today refer to this as PTSD, is what I suspect. Some of the people closest to Martin Becker that were interviewed had a very different perspective of Martin. And to balance Martin out as a human being, it's important to be aware of those different perspectives of the people that he interacted with, to get a fuller picture of who Martin is and was as a full human being and individual. We need to recognize that our understanding of history is fluid and only brings us to a proximity of the past. As I mentioned, we're literally learning new things about Becker every day. Our understanding of him and the world on James Island is constantly changing. So I want to share with you a tool that I have found to be incredibly helpful as a researcher for myself, but also as a researcher associated with an institution. And some of you may be familiar with this. It's a rubric of best practices from the National Trust for Historic Preservation on engaging descendant communities in the interpretation of slavery. It's based on 3 pillars: research, relationship building, and interpretation. And this document is, although it's designed for institutions and it's designed for sites of slavery, it can be adjusted and applied to many different situations. And so this is a document that I'll provide a link to where you can download this yourself But this is a document that I highly recommend to use as a guide. And in it, it talks a little bit about building relationships with descendant communities in the process of doing research on African American history and culture. One of the arguments that it makes is that empowering descendant voices challenges the public to different points of view. Until recently, many historic sites and research libraries and museums have marginalized the history of African Americans in favor of dominant historical narratives. And when they are included, they're oftentimes compartmentalized, tokenized, and only used when convenient. So by empowering these descendant voices as part of the research that you do, it helps to provide different perspectives for learners. It also becomes a foundation upon which to build more diverse narratives. It's beyond simply gaining information that institutions and researchers are able to work with descendants to forge connections that are critical to the work. The accounts of what occurred in letters, account books, newspapers, all create a body of information that is of historical significance, but it is through descendant communities that oral histories, genealogical records, family heirlooms, and other materials become part of the research and are just as important as what is contained in the archives and are integral to our understanding of American history. So what does collaborative practice look like? It may mean hiring descendants as researchers. It may, if you're a researcher, it may mean asking first of the descendants, do you want these stories told? Are these important? What stories are important to you? This is a lesson that I learned about 15 years ago, asking the importance of asking descendants these questions. I was doing research on the Stono Slave Rebellion, and I was young. I was very exuberant and excited, and I'd been doing this research, and I had learned that there was a National Historic Landmark associated with this rebellion. And I drove by this landmark every single day, and it was owned by a private organization, and there was never anyone there. And one day I drove by, and there happened to be someone there. And so I did a U-turn, I stopped, I came in, and I was so excited. I mean, it was visible that I was so excited about seeing someone there because I wanted to talk to someone about this, and I wanted to share with them what we had been learning at our park site and its connection to the Stono Slave Rebellion. And I wanted to work to put together a highway marker to mark this event. And so I shared all of this just in this one kind of gushing explanation to the person that was there. And their response was the exact opposite of what I expected. In fact, by the end of the conversation, the person that I was speaking with threatened to sue me and the agency for which I was working if I continued to pursue this work. And it took me a long time to understand what I had just experienced and what I had just done. And what I finally came to understand is that I was someone from the outside coming in to tell a story that oftentimes was a story that had been misrepresented, that had been used for the advancement of some other purpose. And they didn't know me and didn't have any reason to trust me. And so it's really important that as you engage in this work, that you approach this with that kind of self-awareness, especially if you are a white researcher researching African-American history. It's also important to seek permission. As we learn more about Martin Becker, we know, this adds another layer to the research, but we know his descendants are still here, we know who they are. And so where we are right now in our research of Martin Becker is we continue to dig into this. Before we make this part of any exhibit or anything like that, we are working to engage with the descendants of Martin Becker, particularly the descendants of Nellie Becker Slayton, who is the person that had done so much of this work, was in the process of writing a book. So, seeking out that permission is something that's important. And if we engage with that family and their response to us is negative, then we have an ethical and moral obligation to reconsider whether or not the story of Martin Becker is one that we put into our exhibits or put online. And so that's part of the kind of the ethics of deciding what to include and how to go about including it. Open lines of communication are necessary to establish trust. I work for an agency where I do this work that was formed in 1968 in Charleston, South Carolina to provide recreational services. I don't know if you're familiar with the history of parks and recreation in the South, but the fact that it was very segregated, even in 1968, even up into the 1970s, the perception is that the creation of this agency was one to get around orders related to desegregating the South and recreational opportunities, because a lot of the work is fee-based. A lot of the activities are fee-based. So this is a way around. At least that's the perception. And so building trust is important. There's a long history of exploitation and misrepresentations, particularly by white institutions and white researchers. So we have to be mindful of that. We have to be humble and self-aware of the legacy of how this history has been shared in the past. And working with descendant communities is a way to begin to build that trust. And it's also about restoring justice. American Alliance of Museums has an article that came out, I think it was last year, that describes how museums and institutions can engage in reparative work, particularly as it relates to Indigenous and African American communities and their work as stewards of our community's histories. Working alongside descendants is critical to achieving innovative interpretation and advancing the field of research. If you have an opportunity, look at the New York Times op-ed from, I think it was earlier this week. There was an article about Montpelier, which was the plantation owned by James Madison, and their creation of a descendant community committee where I believe that the purpose of this is to share authority when it comes to the history and the research and the stories being told at Montpelier about James Madison and the people that he enslaved. So I want to share one last slide with you. And this is the best practices from that are described in the rubric. And I'm not going to go through each one of these. I just wanted you to see the 5 areas where the rubric focuses its attention on best practices, so that you can see sources and methodology are important, multivocality. But I think the one that's probably the most important here is this collaboration and transparency and accountability. Because of the long history of what has happened before, we have to be particularly mindful of how we approach this history and how we're able to build those relationships. So to summarize, include multiple perspectives and identify their biases. Be familiar with that. Engage with descendant communities. This is the most important thing, I think, if you only remember one thing. And then strive for best practices. This rubric that I have shared with you is one way that you can identify what those best practices may be. You may have to make adjustments because, as I mentioned, it's to a specific audience, but I have found it to be quite useful myself. So I am more than happy to take questions and comments. If I can figure out how to unshare my screen. There we go.
Thank you so much, Shawn, for that presentation on Martin Becker and providing us with these very clear guidelines and suggestions. Collaboration, transparency, accountability, and engaged descendant communities. I think that's very, very, very practical and helpful advice. So thank you so much for that. And yes, we do have time for Q&A. So we have any questions? Linda Cade, I see you have a question.
Yeah, I was listening and it sounds more like you're discussing research versus individuals pursuing their history. Would you say that's true?
Yeah, so I am, as a white researcher, I'm coming at this as someone who's not necessarily researching my own history, obviously. So I am coming at it from an institution. I think one of the things that the document, the rubric that I shared with you is useful also to a descendant community or someone who's researching their own family, because it helps raise awareness of what expectations should be when working with an institution. So it's important to the institution, but it's also important to the genealogical researcher who's researching their own history. The rubric was formed in 2017, and the group of people that formed it was a very diverse group of academic historians, public historians, but most importantly, there was a large group. The total group was about 50 people. There was a large group of descendants that were there that were engaged in the kind of research that you were talking about. So these three groups came together and had this conversation and said, how do we best work together? And that's what this rubric is. So yes, my approach is from that perspective, but I think some of the things that I shared with you could be useful to anyone doing this work.
Yeah, I was just wondering how to break into some of these venues that you were expressing, because I've exhausted where I feel like I can explore as an individual. But like you were talking about muster records and, different pieces of documentation that were found on one specific individual in a bunch of different places. And I don't know how to break into any of those places. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
A lot of the records for Martin Becker using one person. So looking at Miss Slayton, his great-great-granddaughter who was doing this research, or his great-granddaughter who was doing this research. Today in 2018, she did a lot of digging around in archives, and she was just driven to learn more about her family. She wasn't focused just on Martin. She was focused on her entire family.
Yeah.
Today, a lot of that stuff has become a lot easier because so much is available online digitally. So a couple of sources that I recommend: many of the Freedmen's Bureau records are available online digitally. The Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture has those available online. In fact, I just—
Say that one more time.
Yeah, the many of the microfilmed documents associated with the Freedmen's Bureau are available through the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture's website. You can download— yesterday I downloaded an entire section of those. It was like 1,400 documents that I downloaded yesterday in about 10 minutes that I have now sitting on my hard drive that I can go through. And yeah, it's going to take me hours. Today I did this morning what I found, the contract that I found that showed Martin Becker not just leasing the land. We knew that for years. We've known that he leased land, 100 acres for $600. It wasn't until this morning that I learned and saw the document that verified that he was indeed then himself engaging in sharecropping work with freed people. So that's something that I just uncovered this morning with part of those documents that I downloaded. So a lot of the pension files, those are not as easy to get. You might have to correspond with the National, what is it, NARA, I forget what that stands for, the records, the National Records Agency. I can't remember what NARA stands off. For some reason, it's escaped me. Does that help, Linda?
Yes. I've just reached some dead ends that I haven't been able to break through.
I think that some of the folks that are going to be involved later in this workshop are going to be able to maybe speak more specifically to some of the challenges that you find yourself facing, Linda.
Yeah. And I think different given the North. I mean, I've spent 40 years in Vermont, so I know that the North and the what were you saying, the collaborative perspective on it is way different than the South, where I actually am now in Florida. So I'm just sort of struck by that, and I just been sort of banging my head against dead ends for a couple of years now, but appreciate your response.
Sure.
Right, thank you. So we have just a question. Do you have any suggestions on sources for researching or looking into Caribbean American individuals?
I don't, but again, that's a question that maybe some of the other panelists will be able to answer throughout, this workshop.
Great, thank you. Ellen, fine, you have your hand up.
Yes, this is just a question about those, your presentation. I was wondering if it's possible that we could get it, because that group of 5 things that you were suggesting at the end, I was very interested in writing down, and I didn't get a chance to get through it all.
Yeah, so the Black Heritage Trail does have a copy of my presentation. However, I did make some last minute adjustments that aren't reflected in the copy that they have. So I will resubmit that to them, so that I'm fine with them providing the slideshow to anyone that wants it. I just want to make sure that I'm able to get them the most recent set of slides. So it'll be later on today that I'll be able to get that to them.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, I saw, you can put your, I see, on your screen, you're listed as Henry M. Smith.
Yes, that is I. Thank you.
Yes.
I wonder, Martin Becker came to South Carolina, where I went to college, by the way, and bought land and established a business. He had sharecroppers. Would you describe him as some sort of plantation owner who maybe didn't treat his sharecroppers all that well?
Well, so as I mentioned, the contract that I just found today, that I just saw, like I knew the contract existed, but I hadn't found it anywhere. It was described, but I hadn't found it. And so today I found it and I just read it. And it appears to me that the contract under which he entered with these 18 individuals, it was him and 2 other partners, was very typical of the contracts that were being created that in that time period, 1865 to 1868 on James Island. That it's not sharecropping because they were being paid wages, but it's very close. It's very similar to sharecropping, because the Becker and his associates were the ones that were taking the crop and selling the crop and using the proceeds. And so I suspect that that's one way that Becker was making enough money to be able to own a farm valued at $5,000 in 1870. So now, how Becker and his peers treated the people that were there, there was no indication in that contract, and I don't know a lot about that. So that's a really good question. That's one of the things that we'll continue to look at is, was Becker, because this wasn't necessarily, I mean, that this is a possibility, were people that Becker was contracting with, being treated no differently than if it had been a former enslaver contracting with them? We don't know. And I'm not trying to imply that, we just don't know. That's a good question.
Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Maybe just back to the question about Caribbean American searches. For the person who asked that question, if you want to put in the chat what particular country or countries you might be interested in, Tanya Singer might have some ideas and some suggestions, so that'd be great. I also see a raised hand from, I see you, Suzanne, but I saw one before you, Pam Burris.
Yes, thank you. Shawn, can you tell us what did you actually put into the Smithsonian site that gave you the 1,400 documents? What did you have to poke around with different things to find these documents? Sort of an idea of right there at that point, what were you doing?
The part of what the Smithsonian, what this museum has is, I mean, part of it is it's a genealogical resource. I mean, that's part of the function of the museum. And so I got to it by a way that I don't know that I could uncover again, because as I was doing research online, I was just clicking on links, right? I did a search through Google and I got to that link. But a lot of these records are also available through I'm forgetting the name of the organization. Oh, locally, Low Country Africana, which is a site that is a genealogical research site that's associated with the yet to open museum here in Charleston. That's called the International African American Museum. And that'll be open in 2022. They have a pretty robust genealogical research function. And their genealogical research function has been up and running for several years now, even though the museum itself is not physically open. So that's where I have gained a lot of information, is from that site and prior to me getting into the Smithsonian site this morning. There may be, again, other people that on the panel that will have a better answer for you, Pam. I can't recall exactly how I got to it except through like a Google search.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
I'm muted. Suzanne, go ahead.
Okay, great. Shawn, this was just fabulous, this whole presentation. I especially loved the small detail on Mr. Becker being the first Black man to vote in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm wondering if you've been in touch with the association there on that point. But I also have another question, which is that I also loved your story of your youth and being this bumbling, overenthusiastic white guy, being rebuffed in your attempts to shed light on this important historic material. And I wondered if you ever were able to repair and bring to light that information. So those are two different questions.
So the first question is, I have spoken with some of the folks that are associated with putting on this workshop, this Juneteenth celebration, a little bit about that. But the group of people that have been most helpful to me so far has been us as a team. I shouldn't take all this credit. It isn't just me. There's other researchers at Charleston County Parks that are assisting me with this, in particular, a woman named Toby Smith. But the Fitchburg Historical Society has been incredibly helpful in helping us learn more about Martin Becker. And then your second question about the Stono Rebellion highway marker. So I have an essay that will be coming out from the University of South Carolina's press that's related to a conference that was held here in Charleston on the Denmark-Vesey insurrection in 1822. That'll be coming out this fall. And in that essay, me and my co-author are right about the commemoration of the Stono Rebellion. So that part of the story will be available in print. But to answer your question, the approach that I took when I learned what was happening was for me to personally back off and engage with others that were not directly associated with the Sea Island Farmers Cooperative, who owned the property that is the National Historic Landmark, and to work quietly behind the scenes. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about Charleston County Parks. What we were trying to do was get a highway marker erected, because at that time, there was nothing in South Carolina that talked about the Stono Slave Rebellion, even though it was the largest insurrection of enslaved people in British North America ever.
Wow.
So it was a story that wasn't being told. And of course, a highway marker is not a memorial, but it's a first step. And so for me, it was much more important to get the story out there. And so I backed off once I figured out kind of what was happening, but I didn't fully understand the implications of that until many years later. What I didn't include in that story is that before the Sea Island Farmers Co-op purchased this property, it was across the street from a black beach. And when I say a black beach in South Carolina, where blacks were allowed to go, was basically a tidal salt marsh creek that had an incredible flow. You couldn't get in the water. But across the street was where this property was from that beach. And within the memory of people that I spoke to that day, the KKK was burning crosses. So part of this story is that I came to South Carolina unaware of that history, but that memory was very fresh in the minds of the people that I was working with. And for a white guy to come in excited about this gave them pause because of just everything that had gone on that I was unaware of. And it took me years to figure out what was going on there. And that it was really me who was being insensitive.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question if there is one. Oh, Jerry Ann, was that a question from you?
Yeah. So I wanted to ask Shawn to talk a little bit about, a lot of our researchers have asked this question about use of language, when they're researching and writing about Black history, and some of the pitfalls that they will get into by the different use of language. And I would just want to hear your thoughts on that.
So the personal guidelines that I operate under, if the language that is used in a primary document, if by today's standards, it's considered offensive, for instance, the use of the N-word, if it's in quotation marks and it's a direct quote and a direct source, I share that. I think it's important for people to understand that this was language that for some people meant very different things than it did for other people. And it probably still does today. However, when I am talking about, when I am just talking and not quoting, I am always careful to make sure that I'm using language that is, I try to be as aware as I can to the sensitivity of that language and the different meanings that it might have. So for instance, for me, it's really important that when I talk about people that were enslaved, that I'm using the term enslaved as an adjective, not as a noun, to provide for folks this idea that this is a condition and that it provides agency for those folks that were in the condition of slavery. When I talk about the people that were engaged in human trafficking, I like to use the term enslaver because it's an accurate description of the conscious decision that these people were making to engage in that activity. I try to be as conscientious and aware as I can be of the changes in language and try to stay up to date on those things. But again, depending on the circumstances, avoiding using those racial epithets and insensitive language, except for when it helps provide the context, if that makes sense. So if it's a direct quote, then yes, I would use it. But I think part of it is there's some words that some people can use that others can't use. And I think we have to be sensitive to that. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Also wanted to know the current word that we use for runaways.
So I use self-emancipator, self-emancipated, involved in issues related to resistance. I use the term freedom fighter. I try to use words that are provocative in the sense that they might get people to think. Like one of the things that I've really been very conscientious of is when I talk about the Civil War, I've stopped using the term union, even though it was a term that was being used at the time. The reason I don't use the term union is because that's the only time that the United States military was referred to with this term. It wasn't Union troops that stormed Normandy. It was United States troops. And so when we talk about the Union Army, the Union Navy, I talk about the United States Army. To drive a point home, the people here in the South that were engaged in the Civil War, it wasn't a war of Northern aggression, it was a war of Southern aggression. I don't use that term, but that's what it was. The people that were involved in the Confederacy and fighting for the Confederacy by legal definition were traitors. And so I use words like that, and it might be provocative, and I have to be careful sometimes who my audience is, perhaps, when I use those words, because the point is not to turn people off, but to get people to think differently than maybe they have thought previously. So you have to kind of gauge those things, but I like the use of provocative words that get people to think about our past in different ways from different perspectives. You know, talking about uprisings. All uprisings failed, according to many sources, but if you stop and think about it, did they? It depends on your perspective as to whether or not they were successful or not. You know, those folks that are able to successfully survive in maroon communities, that's success. So, you know, just try to use language in ways that get us to think.
Thank you.
Shawn.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shawn, for this fantastic presentation and for your answering of our questions. Can we all please give Shawn Halifax a round of applause and thanks?
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I really did enjoy it, and it was a lot of fun getting prepared. I learned so much more than what I did before I started getting ready for this about Martin Becker. So it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you very much. And now I will turn it over to our Executive Director, Jerianne.
I can unmute this. I'm using two screens, trying to figure out which one to use next. Thank you so much again, Shawn. And we'll just go on to our next presenter, who is Dr. Robert Bellinger. He's an associate professor of history at Suffolk University. He's also the founder and director of the Black Studies program and the director of the Clark Collection of African American Literature. Professor Bellinger teaches classes in African American history, African American diaspora studies, and the history and culture of Senegal. His research interests includes late 19th century African American history, West African history and culture, and West Africa drum tradition. By the way, he's also a master drummer that's been to New Hampshire drumming for the ancestors for us, and a member of the African American Genealogical Society, which he'll be sharing us information on his research into his own family now. Robert?
Thank you, Jerianne, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for having me on this program today. I have quite a bit to cover, and I hope I will be able to do it in a way that is both thorough but also interesting. And so I will get started without any further ado. Let me start with sharing this screen. What I like to do, I've been doing for some time, is sharing some important information to set a tone, because I'm dealing with family history, but also place and space. So there are a couple of things I'd like to start with to kind of give us a sense of the atmosphere we're working in. And some of you may know about this stuff already, and that's okay. But I always start, and I often ask my students if they were aware that the United Nations declared the decade between 2015 and 2024 the International Decade for People of African Descent. Whether you know it or not, now you do. and it's something that sets an interesting tone for what is going on and where we are. Also, I'd like to point out that the past is not so far behind us. And as I've been doing work, I ran across these two gentlemen, and they are interesting folks. Harrison Ruffin Tyler on the left, at the age of 91, is was grandson to John Tyler, the 10th president of the U.S., born in 1790. So his grandson is living here in the 21st century. He was born in the 18th. And Daniel Smith, at 88 on the right, is the son of a man who was enslaved before the emancipation. And the fact that these two gentlemen still walk amongst us says something about how connected we are to the past and how far back it is not. And then this comes from Isabella Wilkinson's book, Caste, the whole 246 years, that being the number of years that there was slavery in the United States. And it will be 2022 when the US will have been independent as long as there was slavery. And it will be 2111 when Black people in the United States will be free for as long as they were enslaved. So that just gives you a sense of how much a part of our history slavery is. So now I come to my presentation, African Americans in America's Historic Landscape, My Family's Experience. This is really a research journey and how to use that research and impacting the landscape around us. This research involved many different resources, only a couple of which I have included in today's presentation. I always like to start with this quote: we recalled, we remembered, and we recollected, because these are different ways of bringing the past to memory, bringing the past forward to look at and thinking about the past. It is also from one of my all-time favorite films, Daughters of the Dust, which takes place on the Sea Islands of South Carolina. And so it is fitting because it is South Carolina that I'm talking about today. I'm talking about my paternal family, the Bellingers and the Middletons, and they originate in South Carolina, right in this area, particularly in the counties of Beaufort, Colleton, Charleston, Dorchester, and Berkeley. They do move from there, but that's the central location, which is part of the Gullah Geechee corridor, as this map shows. And the territory I'm talking about is right there in the center of this corridor. This is the low country of South Carolina. Shawn is very, very familiar with that. It's where he is located. So what I did first, or what I have to consider, is that on that land, there were plantations where people were enslaved. And so one of the things I looked at was, what are these plantations, and who and where were these plantations of the Bellingers and Middletons located? So I looked at the Bellinger plantations. There was a wonderful website of South Carolina plantations, and you can go through them and find out the history, who owned them at different times, who bought them when they were sold, and so forth. And as you can see, their plantations were in Beaufort, Charleston, and Colleton County. As I've gone through, the Colleton County is the place where my family was located, as far as I know. And White House Plantation on the Ashepoo River is the plantation, I believe, that my Bellinger ancestors were. I did the same for the Middleton plantations. And as you can see, they are also in those counties, but also in Berkeley and Dorchester counties. And the plantation that is connected with my family is the last one listed in Dorchester County, Middleton Place on the Ashley River. And the good thing about this site, it also does, when possible, tell you what the main crops were that those plantations were known for. So having located those plantations, I put them again on a map just to kind of get a sense of where they are. Now, this map is not specific to the exact locations. I just put in the names in the county so I could get a sense of what was happening. Now, from that, I was able to, I think about what is a plantation, right? What is a plantation? What are these places and how do we think about them? We often do think about them as places where enslaved people were made to labor, whether it was rice, indigo, cotton, sugar, or whatever crops there were. We think of the labor when we think of plantations, and we think of the forced labor and the inhumane conditions, etc. But a different view or a different perspective also is to think of the people who were enslaved on those plantations, because they lived there, they had families there, they had lives there, they made a way there. And when we look at it from their perspective, we can get beyond just the horrific nature of the labor they did and begin to think of the way that they made meaning out of their lives. In doing that, I was able to then look at the branches of my family tree, the Middleton branches. And I give this because the oldest or the earliest ancestor is from the Middleton side, James and Sabina Middleton. And I'll say more about them later. But these were their 6 children. And these are the 6 branches of the family that are working together on developing our family history. James B. Middleton, Benjamin Middleton, Abram Middleton were all preachers who had a role in Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction South Carolina. Harriet and Lucinda Middleton married into the Izard and Fraser families, which gives us those names. And then Maria Middleton married the Bellinger, and that is my line in particular, and the one that I will speak most about today. When we think about plantations, there was a landscape that existed before those plantations and that were transformed into those plantations. And one of the things I've thought about is the ways in which enslaved Africans and enslaved African Americans worked to transform that landscape into what we see today. If we go to Middleton Place today, where that cypress swamp is, we will see a landscape such as this, which was built by the labor of the enslaved. And it's a very different landscape. When we walk on or see pictures of plantations, do we think of the people who built those landscapes, shaped those landscapes into what they were? If not, we should, because that is a first stage. But my journey began, of family history began in 1982, when I got a call from this woman, a cousin of mine, Sheila Akmal. And I did not know that name. I was like, well, who is this? I got a letter from her saying that they were going to have a family reunion. Little did I know that her name Akmal came from one of my great uncles, a brother of my grandfather, who in 1932 became an Orthodox Muslim and changed his name from Bellinger to Akmal. And then to find out that there are 4 generations of people in the family who were born Muslim. Well, she had organized this celebration in Charleston, South Carolina in 1982 to celebrate our cousin Mamie's 95th birthday. She was the elder of the family. And it was at that event that I first began to hear the stories about our history. And I was immediately hooked and wanted to know more. She talked about the earliest ancestor, James C. Middleton. And as I began researching, I found out more. Now, my research carried me from family oral traditions into census records, into city directories, into reading wills, into searching websites such as Family Search and Ancestry, and trying to find as much information as I could. It also led me into several archives. I did work at the National Archives and Records Administration. I did look also at Freedmen's Bureau papers and need to look at them some more. And anyone who is in the Boston area and wants to go old school can find that the collection, the full microfilm collection of the Freedmen's Bureau papers is at Suffolk University Library, the Mildred Sawyer Library, and it is open to the public. Right now, they're still not fully open in the post-pandemic era, but they will be, and anyone who wants to go in and use microfilm can go there and use it. But one of the documents that I found most exciting and most interesting because of the wealth of information on them are death certificates. And I was able to find this death certificate for Reverend James C. Middleton. And you can see it gives a lot of information on there. His age at death, he was 99 years, 10 months, and 25 days old. So he was born in 1789, which says a lot. He dies in 1889. He was reputed to have been the valet to the sons of the Middleton family. And one of the stories that we had was that when they went to England to go to school, he went with them and sat in the classrooms with them. And when he returned, he taught others the things he had learned. We don't have documents yet of the school where the Middleton sons went in England, but we do know that, for instance, his son Abram, who I mentioned, when he came out of, in the late 1860s, when slavery was over, Abram Middleton was not only literate in English, but also knew Hebrew and Latin. So he learned it from somewhere. Now, we also could see that the cause of his death, old age. We also can find out other information about him, but I'll point to the place of burial, Field of Rest Cemetery, which has led us to begin tracking down where that is. It is no longer a cemetery. Where it was is now built over. We are trying to find out what happened with the bodies. Were they interred somewhere else? Were they ignored? And we are looking into the possibilities of trying to get a plaque put up to recognize this site in Charleston, South Carolina. Now, I also then began to seek out my Bellinger line. And this one is for Richard Bellinger. And as you can see, He died in 1916. He was born in 1845. Now, it gives the names of his parents. Father, E.C. Bellinger. Mother, Binya Simmons. Now, what is really exciting and interesting about that is that it fits with the story. Binya was an enslaved woman, and E.C. Bellinger was a member of the white Bellinger family. They were significant landowners, and they had a son they named Richard. The witness was Richard's oldest son, Richard H. Bellinger, Richard Hughie Bellinger. Now, you can see also the cause of death, acute enterocolitis, not a very pleasant disease that affects the small intestines and the colon. But now, the question of E.C. Bellinger and the parentage was always there, but he's there listed as the father. Now, I got subsequent support for that when using Ancestry, found that he was in my DNA circle. So E.C. Bellinger, the enslaver, and Binya, the enslaved, were the parents of Richard Bellinger. Now, the younger son of Richard Bellinger was George Bellinger. And you can see George Bellinger was born in 1866, right after the war. He dies in 1936. Coronary heart disease. One of the things that this said to me was it raised some red flags, as my cousin said, because this is a health issue that many members, male members of the family, seem to have experienced over the years. But this was my great-grandfather. Now, this is a return of birth or a birth certificate for George's eldest son, Richard, who was born in South Carolina as well. And you can see that his father is George Benjamin Bellinger, his mother, Florence Rebecca Jeanrette, and you get that. So right now, what I've given you is my great-great-grandfather Richard, my great-grandfather George, my grandfather Richard, and his eldest son, my father Richard. And he was born in New York. As I understand, right around 1919 or so, as part of the Great Migration, my grandfather and his brothers and sisters, they all left South Carolina. He headed to New York, others headed to Pittsburgh, and my uncle, who became a Muslim, headed to California. But this is my father, born in New York, and this was interesting because I had been told he had been born in South Carolina. But the document says, no, New York. Now, if you're seeing patterns, it's very clear that there was a pattern that you find as you begin looking at all these documents. So if we look at that earliest generation of James C. Middleton and Sabina Jeanrette, his wife, and Edmund Cussings Bellinger and Binya Simmons, one thing that I learned from this is that the names Sabina and Binya are names that are more connected to Africa than to anywhere else. But we see that Richard Bellinger, the son of Edmund and Binya, marries Maria Middleton. They have a son, George. George and Florence have a son, Richard E. Bellinger Sr. He and his wife, Rosalie, have a son, Richard E. Bellinger Jr. That's my father, and Bessie Anderson is my mother. Now, one thing you see is the name Richard 3 times. The practice that I have uncovered is the practice that the oldest sons, the firstborn sons, were named Richard. And following in that pattern, my father's first son, my eldest brother, was named Richard. And Richard's eldest son, he named Richard, my nephew. My second brother, he named his sons, he gave his son the middle name of Richard. He didn't know this history, as I didn't know it either at the time. His son, my nephew, had a son who he gave the middle name of Richard also. When I told him this history, he was just like, whoa, that's amazing. It makes it very interesting doing genealogical research with so many Richard Bellingers to look through and to find. So you have to work with other names. Now, one of the things that this has connected me with was another cousin, Earl Middleton, who passed just a couple of years ago. A resident of South Carolina, had a real estate business, had been a Tuskegee Airman, served as a state representative, and became very, very engaged with connecting the family again to Middleton Place, which is a historic plantation, as they call it. It is one of the oldest man-made gardens in the country. But it is also a place that is open to the public and does interpretations of its history. And one of the roles that we as descendants have done has been to begin trying to impact the way that that history is told, the way in which that history is shown. So all of the research that I've been doing and that other members of the family have been doing, we've been bringing together and trying to have influences. One of the things that Earl Middleton did was he pushed them towards recognition of the enslaved people who spent their lives there or part of their lives there. And so he led to them to begin having a reunion of descendants of Middleton Place, enslavers and enslaved. The first one was in 2006, and they were scheduled for every 5 years. The 2021 has been postponed because of pandemic concerns. I did not make it to the first 2, but I went to the third in 2016. And it was an interesting moment as I was heading there for my first time going to Middleton Place, a plantation in South Carolina, and then realizing as I was heading down the road, it was 3 days after the last of the presidential election of 2016 that ushered in our previous president. I almost turned around and went back to the airport because I did not know what I was in for. However, it was a very interesting experience interacting with descendants of enslavers, descendants of the enslaved, also recognizing that in many cases, there was a cross of bloodlines that occurred as well. So identity and place and space become very, very important. Now, one of the ways in which the descendant community has impacted them is something simple as having a signage, right? A plaque that recognizes that the place was built by the labor of African and African Americans who were enslaved there. Some of them are named in the plaque. This is a small thing, But there was a time when there was no such recognition. So having that recognition makes a difference and begins to change the landscape. It is difficult to walk that landscape without recognizing that there were folks there. Another thing that has happened is the placement of memorial benches in honor of some of our family members who have passed on. This was the first of them for Earl Middleton. There are now 2 other benches on this property with plaques to family members. Earl was, as I mentioned, a military veteran. One of the others was an educator. And the most recent one was in the ministry. So recognizing the various roles that they have played in society, placing them in these places where one can sit. This is also connected to one of the things that the Toni Morrison Society has been doing. As Toni Morrison said, that when she visited places, there were no monuments, memorials, not even a bench by the side of the road. And so placing benches is one of the ways to allow a place for people to contemplate, to connect with, and move forward. Another outcome has been a documentary called Beyond the Field, Slavery at Middleton Place. And many members of the family were interviewed in this and were able to have their input. This is something that is commercially available and does provide a lot of insight. One of the things that is interesting is that the place itself does not have large amounts of documents, but we have been gathering documentation everywhere that we can. And we're using this for interpretation. This is one of my cousins who works there. She lives not far, so she volunteers doing tours and providing interpretation to talk about what was life like for the enslaved. What did it mean to be there? I also worked there as a scholar in residence and had an intern that I brought with me. And we dug through lots of records. We looked at the site. We began to reevaluate what the site was and how they could change the interpretation to be more inclusive, to tell a fuller story, to recognize the lives of the enslaved. I also was able to appear, as other members of the family have, on their not their podcast, on their website. They do various programming. But in doing that, it was able to also get perspective from the family into the materials that people see when they go to their website. And most recently, a project that has been started with a cousin of mine is called the African American Heritage Seed Project, and we are working with the Middleton Foundation. And what this is doing is looking at the horticultural and agricultural knowledge of African and African American people. We are looking at the crops that were first grown in North America by Africans, African crops such as okra, such as eggplant, such as watermelon, such as sesame, and such as rice. And we are not only just looking at that, but we are also growing those crops and placing them in the landscape as well. In addition, we are working with one of our partners who is from Barbados, because we know that the Middleton family came to South Carolina from Barbados, and that some of the enslaved came from Barbados. So we're looking at what crops also made their way from Barbados into South Carolina and from South Carolina to Barbados. So we are connecting, and that's part of that Caribbean connection that was raised. But that's what we're doing at Middleton Place. We're also looking at Charleston, which is where the family resided, especially in the Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction years, and still presently reside. So one of the things we are doing is looking at the sites that are connected to family. And right here on 5 and 7 Short Court, we have two sites, the parsonage and Miss Izard's school. And these buildings have these plaques in front of them. But the parsonage is where Reverend James C. Middleton was the Reverend, and his sons Abram and James were there as well. Abram was known as a minister who built churches and congregations. As a carpenter, he built many churches. I think there were about 30 churches that he built in South Carolina. He also was a minister, and he was also a representative to the 1868 Constitutional Convention of South Carolina that wrote the state constitution that lasted until the end of the 19th century, when it was overturned and disenfranchisement of African Americans took place. The other house next door was a school where Anna Izard, who was a niece of James and Abram, taught. And she taught many, many children there. And the level of instruction, from what we've been able to find out, was quite high. But those are two of the sites. We've also begun trying to identify, and this just has 3 particular sites. There's the 5 and 7 Short Court is number 2, which you can see. Number 1 is the Field of Rest Cemetery that I mentioned, where James Middleton is buried. And number 3 is Centenary Methodist Episcopal Church, one of the churches that was founded right after the end of the Civil War and the start of Reconstruction, and which family members attended. Not all family members went there. And we have identified through this area over a dozen homes and churches that are connected to our family. And so we are looking at a community genealogy as well, not just who were the people, but what did they do? Where did they live? How did it shape the community? What were their jobs? We know many of them were teachers. We know also that many of them were builders. Many of them were carpenters, brick masons, and there were also a good number of ministers. But that gives a good indication of who the family is. Research is continuing on various levels. These are just 4 books that members of the family have written and published. But there are also articles, there are also small things which get passed back and forth among the family. There are things which get published in newsletters. Because the research is ongoing and we are trying to find out as much information as we can, but also to put it in the larger context of the history of South Carolina, the history of the United States. And as I believe what Shawn said was something about concentric research. So looking at all of the various levels in which it touches. And a family reading group so that members of the family get up to speed. And this was one, during the pandemic, we started using Zoom to have family meetings, which was a really wonderful thing because I connected with members of the family I hadn't seen in years. I was able to connect, for instance, with my 2 remaining uncles because they're my age. My grandfather's 3rd marriage was right around the time of his son's marriage to my mother. Anyway, the family reading group read the book Lemon Swamp, which is about the family, which gave a chance to really review, talk about the history, for people to bring in new information that they had gained as well. And so in closing, I will say that not only do we need to recall, remember, and recollect, but we must reimagine, re-envision, and reinterpret as we begin to make sense of this history. And I'll close with an African American proverb: if you can't remember, please don't ever forget. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments or thoughts? I'll take any of them.
So, Bob, Robert, I'll ask you a quick question. In doing this research, you talked a little bit about the landscape, and our whole program this year is around DNA and what the science is doing to change the landscape. Could you just tell us a little bit about how your research changed the whole story of enslavement for your group and for the rest of us in the US?
Okay. That's a big question. I'm not sure how it changes everything. This is only a portion of what I've been looking at, but one of the where I started was really concerned with the family, with those who I descended from, and looking through that, breaking through that 1870 wall, as they say. But once you break through that wall, you also have to deal with um, the enslavers, as I started with, and making sense of the place where ancestors were held in bondage. And as you begin looking at that, you really get into some very challenging areas, recognizing the enslaver and dealing with that. But as the DNA has shown, and the I'm forgetting the research group that did it, showing that the DNA that exists today for African Americans, that there is a higher percentage of DNA from the women than from the men, even though there were more men than women in the Black community, and that there was a high percentage of DNA from enslaver men, right? And this history, it really fits with that, because E.C. Bellinger was the enslaver, but he is also the father of my great-great-grandfather. And so, yes, it begins to connect with what that larger research says. How does it change the landscape? Well, it allows people to make claims of place, claims on space, how space should be viewed, what does it mean to go to those places. The first time I was in South Carolina, I saw a Bellinger name in different places, and I just thought, oh yeah, common name, etc. But as I went back, I found that no, the name is connected to a history. And so, yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but by identifying place, making connections to that place, one can begin to then talk about how to shape those places, what things should be remembered about those places. Because right now, with the work with the Seed Project, we're looking at what were gardens of African and African American people like. What did they grow in them? How did they nourish themselves? What did they know about the pharmacopoeia? So it begins to get deeper into what the place should look like if you're talking about that period.
Thank you, Robert. I keep wanting to say Bob. I know you as Bob, so
that's okay.
I'm stumbling over my own tongue on this one. Kathy, you have your hands up for a question.
Yeah, this is Charlie. I just wanted to tell you how much I talked today. And I got a question of what information is available at Suffolk University on genealogy.
Oh, as I mentioned earlier, the Freedmen's Bureau papers microfilm collection is there. And that's really the main thing.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bob.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Ruth?
I just wanted to reinforce, please don't ever forget. And also, that can help unite many peoples. We can empathize, all of us in our history probably have prejudice. I come from German Jewish descent, and I can feel your experience. So I feel that bringing this experience out can help bring everybody, a lot of people, into the fold. Please don't ever forget. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ruth.
Someone asked how much I did online. Well, I do a lot of research online. And one of the things, I had gotten a bit frustrated because I wasn't finding anything new. And then a friend of mine said, well, you know, every once in a while you have to go back to, especially Family Search, because they add new things. And I went back and I found some documents that I had been searching for and couldn't find. And I said, oh my goodness, this is fantastic. But I've also had the good fortune to go to the places. And I can't say enough how visiting the places where your ancestors or the people you're researching were. That is so significant because there are local resources that may not be online. I would say particularly visit local historical societies. They are repositories that are amazing because they're focused on that local history. They may not have the resources to put everything online. They also may not have this material other places. They have publications, sometimes books that they put out that you won't get other places. So getting to a place, if you can, is really ideal. And because then the other resource that is there are the folks who work in those places and the librarians and archivists, because they are the ones who really know what they have. And it's wonderful when they get excited about your research as well. I've had archivists say, oh, here's something you need to see. Or librarians say, have you looked at this? And I go, no, I didn't know that existed. So it's really good. And if you can't make it there, put in a phone call or an email, because sometimes that will enable, they will have the ability to help you with materials from a remote location.
So Bob, on that line, Henry, I'll just get right to you real quick. I just wanted to acknowledge Lynn Clark and Rebecca Cursor, from the Warner Historical Society, who have been doing this research on Black history in our state for a long, long time. They're part of our committee with the Black Heritage Trail, so really great resources. But I also wanted to highlight that you have to have a historical society that's interested in finding this information, especially when you're in places like New Hampshire, where a lot of places will say there is no Black history in this town. So you kind of have to go there with information that you may get from somewhere else and then ask when you get there.
I would say always go with information, because if you just go in with nothing, then you know you're just kind of stabbing in the dark. So always go with some information before you get there, and you know once you have information, you can begin to look at things. But it also, when I was teaching American and African American history, I used to tell the students that the more I taught each, the more they became similar, because you can't teach one without the other. And as you begin putting them together to get the full, complete story, you begin to get this amazingly rich history. And even with genealogy, you begin to get these amazingly rich stories when you begin to put them together. I'm still looking forward to contacting members of the white Bellingers to see if they have materials that aren't in, repositories, and to find out what they have and get new information.
Thank you. Thank you. The Henry, then Rita, and then Linda.
Thank you, Jerry Ann. I want to say thank you, Robert Bellinger, for this really interesting historical presentation. I went to school at Wofford College in Spartanburg, South Carolina. And during all those years, I never heard once about Middleton Place or such places. And one might say, well, what a surprise. But I want to thank you for this, and I look forward to learning more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rita?
You have to unmute.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I was fascinated. It was like looking at your family tree and then watching it grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. So at first you were doing your family, your earliest descendants, and then you're talking at the end about community history. And I love the progression and the richness of it, and I want to thank you. I also noticed a bit that I think the Black Heritage Trail in New Hampshire is doing community history, but it started with Valerie Cunningham researching individuals in Portsmouth and then putting up a plaque and then writing a book. And it's just very satisfying to know that progression. Thank you.
Yes, because when we think about our own lives, we're part of communities.
Right.
Right. And sometimes in those communities, we have our family members who we are related to by blood, but we also have those fictive kin, as they call them. Those aunts and uncles who aren't related by blood, but who are just like an aunt or an uncle or a cousin. And so we have these relationships that build, and sometimes through marriage, sometimes through attending the same churches or organizations. And as we begin to delve into those ties, we get a fuller sense of it. So yeah, it's fun. And I will say, yes, Valerie has done some amazing work up there.
Thank you.
Linda?
You're muted.
Hi, sorry. Just two quick things is I'm struggling with the idea that we might be related because my great grandmother married Mr. Bellinger in New York City. So that's interesting to me when I was listening to your story. But the other thing I just wanted to say is that the thing you mentioned about Alden Richards has been critical in my journey, because I think it's one of the ways that marginalized groups embedded their history is by repeating the names. And that was often how I knew I was on the right track, is when I started to see, like, my daughter is the 5th generation of Graces because of that history that I started to unfold. And it just is intriguing to me how something that hundreds of years ago was put into place is aiding me at this moment in my journey, that I wouldn't have any other checks and balance for if I didn't have those names that were recurring. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Yes, names and naming patterns are very, very important part of the history. And sometimes we can overlook them, but it's really important. And they are connectors. They do tell a story. As I said, it seems that the firstborn son was always named Richard, right? And that's been fairly consistent through the different families. And so that says something. And knowing that that earliest person in our line was Richard. So there's this connection to history, connection to the past, and it's just rich.
I saw my great grandmother's name written on my grandfather's, what do you call it when you're inducted into the army?
His draft card?
Yeah, I saw my great grandmother's name written in her handwriting, who I'm named after. And it was the most profound sort of experience I have had probably in my life, to sort of be able to connect in a real concrete way with where I come from.
Yes, seeing handwriting, documents, things that people did, it gives it a concreteness. And we'll have to talk, because if you have a Bellinger connection, I want to know.
Absolutely.
So I'm really fascinated with this story, the research that the families, African American families, have been able to do. To me, retells the whole story of what Black families are. We have the stereotype that we were separated, disjointed, the fathers didn't care, the mother, all the stereotypes of what it means to be Black. But listening to both Bob and Linda talk about their families, I mean, the families did, from generations, try to do creative ways to maintain the family structures. And we may want to just rethink what we imagine family to be, because our families go beyond just the bloodlines. Like you said, it goes to the aunts and the uncles, who help raise the children. And not only that, keep us together and do all of the training that's important. And I'm really fascinated with the naming. How we name and the patterns of naming. Everybody, all of the men in my family are Robert and Dennis. And we always wondered why, and now I see that there's a tradition why.
Yeah, it makes it very easy when you're looking. But I've had times when I found names of my grandparents, and I go, okay, that's them, same age, and then none of the children are the names I'm looking for. It's a different couple altogether, living in the same town. The husband and wife have the same names as my grandparents, but they're not my grandparents. So it can be an interesting journey sometimes in the census.
So we have time. I think Ellen Fine has her hand up. I'm sorry, I didn't see it before. Thank you, Gina.
Okay. It's also interesting,
Okay, so go ahead.
I guess my question, it's going to be a little bit different than going into a family's history. It's kind of be a reverse genealogy. I live in Needham, Massachusetts, where we've been doing a lot of research in our community, like pretty much all New England communities. Ministers were enslaving other human beings, usually from Africa, sometimes from the Caribbean. And so I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about how to get better into that older colonial history, but also back then, I find this a really odious practice that people were named not of parentage choosing, but of the enslavers' predilection for the classics, or if they were a merchant, they named people Boston or Bristol. And so I'm wondering when this shifted, that people were named names that their parents chose for them somehow. And also the insight about how one could go about kind of reverse genealogy and having information about the people, but not having them be within any of the families of people who still live here today?
Oh, that's a very interesting question, and some interesting information as well. In New England, you really do find those classical names more so, but not exclusively in New England. But and a lot of that has to do with the fact that in New England, most of the enslavers did not have large numbers of enslaved people.
Right.
And so their focus was more individualized. Often, as you mentioned, ministers enslaved people. In looking at Lexington, Massachusetts, where I live, that's the case as well.
Yeah.
And one of the things that did was it gave those ministers or lawyers time to be ministers and lawyers instead of working. So we have to look at the class element of that and what it provided. So how do you get to those folks when they're not necessarily part of the family that still exists? Well, sometimes those families may have records. They may have diaries of those ancestors where it's mentioned. I would say also look at ministers' diaries, look at church records, because often they did have people become baptized in the church, have African Americans, and sometimes and be married in the church or buried by the church. So looking at church records is one, looking at census records is another. But just going through as many of the colonial era records as you can find. And one of the things that makes it easy, it's not always exclusive to this, but often in those records, they make note of the fact that the person was Negro. So even if you don't know the name, you can begin to find out, the folks. So yeah, it's work, but it's not impossible work. You may not get a lot of information about them. You may only get a little bit. And then you may find that they change their names when they become free or take on a surname that's different. So it really requires detective work, but it also, I think, requires moving beyond geographical
Hey, Adam,
boundaries.
I have to call you back. I'm still online in my program till noon.
And
Oh, okay. I know you're super busy.
Okay.
And recognizing, for instance, that New England, like the South Carolina in particular, I'm thinking of, and the Caribbean were all part of the British Empire during the colonial period. And there was a lot of interaction and trade that went back and forth between those places. As I mentioned, I was looking at some connections of Barbados and South Carolina, but as I've been doing some work on New England, I'm finding Barbados references and finding marriages between South Carolina families and Rhode Island families. And so, yeah, you have to kind of say, okay, this is a different geographical entity I'm looking at this time.
And some of the people, some people died, young in the community who were enslaved. I've even had this idea about looking at the old burial ground with like some infrared. I don't know how much that costs. We have a lot of people working on it in town, the town historian and several others, and the people from the First Parish Church, because that's who enslaved another, Homer was his name, or as he was named. Because I never, when you say their names, I'm like, well, what did he want to be called is what my heart always wants to reach out through time and go, what did you want to be called? I will call you that and never use this other name again. And I want it to come in a dream or a record or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's this, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of unanswered questions currently.
And one thing in doing this research, you will end up with more questions as you go
Absolutely.
forward. And in terms of naming, we may never know those, the names that they call themselves. But it is worth considering and thinking about and looking for.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Bob, for this really engaging part of our workshop, sharing your story with us. And thank everybody for joining in this conversation. We're going to be taking a break for a few minutes, half an hour. I'm sure there's a lot more questions and the rest of the program will come through. But thanks, Bob. And be sure that we have some information that will be up. We have some gifts that we'll be offering to people to respond to our survey by 5 o'clock today, and that will be up. And we'll be back again at 12:30 sharp for the second half of the program. So we'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Are you staying for the rest?
Yes.
Okay.
If anyone wants to email me their questions, Suzanne, I see you have had your hand up. I'd be willing to engage.
So, okay, we'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put up my email on the chat so that why can't she be like you? So I'm scheming. I can't go on like this. Believe it.
Very excited for the next part of our program. A lot more research and genealogy tools will be shared with us. And, oh, I see her, okay. So the second half of our program, our moderator for this session will be Dr. Cabria Baumgardner, and she's an associate professor of history and African studies at Northeastern University. She just left us at UNH. She specializes in history of education, African-American women's and genders history, and the New England region. So I'll pass this over to you, Cabria.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for joining us for the next part of the Black History and Genealogy workshop. I hope you've enjoyed the earlier sessions. I'll be moderating this one, which is entitled How to Do African-American Genealogical Research, and it features Charmaine Bonner and Jessica Salow. You may post your questions throughout their presentation in the chat box. I will gather those questions toward the end of their presentation and then pose them during the Q&A. So let me briefly introduce our presenters. Charmaine Bonner is a processing archivist at Arizona State University Library, and Jessica Salow is an archives specialist also at Arizona State University Library with the Community-Driven Archives Initiative. And perhaps we can talk more about that initiative during the Q&A. We are delighted to have them here sharing their expertise and insights with us. So welcome.
Thank you, Cabria. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to be in front of this group in order to talk about genealogical research and some of the ways in which archival research and genealogical research do pretty much mix together. As Cabria said, my name is Jessica Salow. I am the archive specialist here at Arizona State University. And good morning, by the way. It is 9:30 in the morning here in Arizona. So just wanted to say good morning to you all, good afternoon from sunny and very, very hot Arizona. And I'll just go ahead and have Charmaine introduce herself as well.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. Well, as Cabria said, my name is Charmaine Bonner. I've been in Arizona for almost 3 years, December make 3 years. And during that time, I've worked in archival processing. So that is arranging and describing the archival collections, getting them in order, acid-free folders, and described correctly so that you, the patrons, can access those materials. So I'm going to share my screen to share our presentation.
So I'm going to go ahead.
Yes, Jessica will lead
Okay,
us.
I'm going to go ahead and get us started. So as you can see from our agenda, we do kind of have a little bit of a packed agenda, but it's going to go by very quickly. So we hope that you'll enjoy what we have to talk about today. So we're just going to start off basically with our little intro about what an archive and an archivist is. You'd be surprised people don't really understand what those particular terms mean. Where genealogical and archival research meet, how one family's collection told the story of a community, a finding aid study, how to get started with genealogical research, how to organize information and documenting the research process, and then we'll wrap up with some online resources and some New Hampshire collections of interest. Next slide, please, Charmaine. So I'm going to go ahead and get us started. So what is an archive and an archivist? We like to always ask people or kind of have in a quick intro to what we as archivists state what an archive is and what an archivist does. So as you can see from this slide here, we have archive as an active space where past and present merge. It contains primary resources that preserve the history of several generations. And, you know, if you're familiar with an archive, you understand kind of the functions of archives, that they hold primary resources, that they hold resources of things that, whether that institution collects them or they're from a family or from the region or, you know, just different areas. But usually when me and Charmaine talk about archives, we're talking about institutional archives at a university is what we will be mainly you know, coming from, because we are archivists at a research institution here in Arizona. And then obviously as archivists, we organize and preserve that archive. And Charmaine does a lot of that particular work as she is the processing archivist here at Arizona State University and does a lot of the organization and does a lot of the preservation of the materials that we have within our archive here in Arizona. Go ahead with the next slide. So where genealogical and archival research meet. So we want to talk about that genealogical records are archival records and vice versa. So anytime that you are doing or looking at genealogical records, these records can and should sometimes, most of the times, be archival records as well, and vice versa. So when we're talking about records or information within archival you know, institutions, these sources of information can be diaries, correspondence, scrapbooks, newspapers, photos, a lot of photos, artifacts, family Bibles, oral histories, and home videos. And so here at Arizona State University, we have a lot of correspondence in our archives. We have a lot of photographs within our archives. We have oral histories within our archives here in Arizona. And so these are some of the main documents that Charmaine and I run across when we are doing our work here at Arizona State University. But other institutions within the state of Arizona also have a lot of information. Our Arizona State Library and Records Administration, they handle all of the records for the state of Arizona. They have a lot of diaries from people when this state started from a territory into when it became a state in 1912. And so they have a lot of diaries, a lot of newspapers, a lot of artifacts, honestly, from administrations that governors, secretaries of state, anything along those lines, the state library absolutely has. And you as a person who lives within the state, if your state does have a state library or a state archive, you might be able to access this information from your state library. You just need to get in contact with them and ask them if these collections or these records are available to you to view. And then once you get into those records, you can really start kind of digging into either the history of a family or a history of the community, which we'll talk about in the next slide. But these particular resources are very good for genealogical research. And we want to encourage you to think outside the box sometimes when it comes to genealogical records and understand that It doesn't have to just come from ancestry.com or any of those kind of, very on the nose genealogical record storage places. They can come from a university. They can come from the University of New Hampshire. Charmaine will go over some of the resources that she has found at the University of New Hampshire that you all might be interested in. And so we just want to make sure that you all understand that genealogical records are archival records, and that anytime that you are doing genealogical research, you are also doing archival research. So go ahead to the next slide. So here at Arizona State University, we have a collection here called the Ocampo Family Records. It's in the Chicano Research Collection here at Arizona State University. And just a bit of a background of the Chicano Research Collection. It was started in 1970 by Dr. Christine Marine, who was a student at that time here at Arizona State University. And she was really looking for information about the Latinx community and the communities that she came from. She came from a mining town in Globe, Arizona, is where she was originally from. And she noticed that a lot of the records within the Arizona State University holdings didn't really line up with her research interest and didn't line up with her understanding of her community and the people that she came from. So she took it upon herself to start a collection, and it has become the Chicano Research Collection, which is the largest Latinx collection here in Arizona. So if you're ever in Arizona or would like to learn more information about the Latinx community here in Arizona, please reach out to us and the curator, Nancy Godoy, regarding that collection. She would be more than happy to talk to you about some of the records that she has within that collection. The Ocampo the Ocampo Family Papers is a collection from a family that from, I believe it was 1880 to about 1990, this collection spans. And this family was one of the first families in the Wickenburg area of Arizona. And Wickenburg is probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Phoenix, Arizona proper. It's up north towards Flagstaff is where this particular town is at. And this family, the Ocampo family, took it upon themselves to just start documenting their family, documenting their community, because they were one of the founding families within that particular town. And it was a farming town. It was a small town at that time, still kind of is a small town. Not as big as Phoenix, but it's still a pretty big town compared to some of the smaller towns here in Arizona. But this family, if you look through this collection, they have photographs, they have correspondence, they have deeds, they have family structures where they were constructing buildings. They have a lot of information within this finding aid. And I'm not sure if, Charmaine, you can bring up that finding aid or not, but this particular finding aid has a lot of information. And so Charmaine has brought up the finding aid here. And as you can see, this is our Arizona Archives Online, which is where we house all of our finding aids for all of the institutions that have archives that are associated with that. So if you're ever interested in learning more about Arizona Archives, this is an absolutely great resource for you to have. But as you can see here, the Ocampo Family Papers, yes, 1863 to 1992. So I was a little bit off, but yeah, so this spans a huge amount of time. It's 11 boxes, and it contains blueprints, postal and greeting cards, certificates, correspondence, publications, documenting the Ocampo, Valencia, Alvarez, Quesadilla, and Ortega families of Wickenburg, Arizona. And so that is not just one family, that is 5 families, 5 entire families, this one collection documents in the Wickenburg area from 1863 to 1992. And Charmaine, can you scroll down for me a little bit? And so here we just talk, about some of the biographical information. And this is the type of stuff that Charmaine does in her daily work at Arizona State University. She does a lot of this particular kind of work with finding aids to do some of the background research for people to understand the collection and who is present within the collection. So as you keep scrolling, you just see more of the biographical information. And then we get into some of the scope and content notes. And and then this is where the meat of kind of the finding aid is. And so, this talks about what it contains. And as I said, blueprints, postal cards, greeting cards, personal papers, business papers, professional papers. And again, this is all the work that Charmaine does in order to, house this, kind of break it up into series, break it up into chunks. So people, if you're just looking specifically for personal papers, you don't have to go through the entire collection. It's already sorted into what we understand as being personal papers of the family. And the arrangement is right there on the finding aid. So if you're ever looking, again, for just one particular section, personal records, business records, you can go straight to that and don't have to look at anything else. And then we also talk about some of the restrictions, because sometimes there are restrictions on, finding aids or on collections, whether the family has put that restriction in place or there's a copyright restriction as well. And so those are some of the restrictions that we do need to let the public know about when they are looking at some of our material. And then we have some information about related materials. And so if anybody is ever looking for any other things that might be of interest to them about the Ocampo family or about some of the other things, we just talk about some of the related documents that are there and available for people to go ahead and look at. Access terms is just, again, family names, just general names, just kind of to get you to understand kind of how we as archivists have created this kind of collection and how it is organized and how it's named. And then if you just keep going, some administrative information. And then once we get into, kind of the provenance, and then that talks about who originally contacted ASU about this collection. And we give that person the credit that they deserve in order to let people know that it was this person who brought this collection to the institution for us to go ahead and house and keep and provide access to it if when the family wanted to. And then we get into the meat of the finding aid, which is the container list. And here is where you as a genealogical researcher can kind of understand or figure out what information you're looking for. So as you can see right here from the personal papers, there are funeral cards in this, vital statistics, church records. I know church records are really a huge source of genealogical information for some people. And so if this particular collection was of interest to you and you knew somebody in this family and you were like, oh, I want to see, these church records, birth announcements, any of those particular things, wills, like, again, it really does go into in-depth information about that. And then business records, we have some promissory notes, some loans that the family took out in order to expand their property or to, tell people that they owned that property, warranty deeds, mining claims. Here in Arizona, mining is a really huge business. And Wickenburg absolutely is one of those towns that is very much in the mining aspect of that. And then we get into professional papers here. If you're looking to just learn more about maybe some of the people, Dora Costeta was an Army nurse. And so there was a lot of records of this particular person who was in the Army and was a nurse. And so we have this information available if anybody would like to know more about this person's time in the Army, or if they, what kind of information is available to them. And then Tempe Elementary School District number 3, that's just one of the school districts here in Arizona. And so there was a teacher that was in this collection. And then miscellaneous is usually where you will find newspaper articles, just some of the random things that don't really fit into personal papers or business papers. And so when you're seeing miscellaneous, something that's titled as miscellaneous, that would also be a good information for you, because a lot of times newspaper articles can have a lot of really great information when you're trying to do genealogical research. And then architectural plans as well for this particular family. Just so much information is available, not just about the family, but about the town of Wickenburg in this particular thing. Because, obviously if the family is building, buildings or building family steads in this area, these are probably still up in Wickenburg. And so you would be able to get these particular items and figure out who built that building, how it was funded, how the town of Wickenburg became the town that it did. And so we just want to show that here at Arizona State University, and probably around a lot of institutions like the University of New Hampshire, where you all are at, there might be some collections here that could be of interest to you, and able to help you with some of your genealogical research, finds that you're looking for, not just, for some of the prominent families, but some of the families that may just be associated with that family as well. You would be able to find records that could be of interest to you. And so we just want you and encourage you to reach out to other sources, again, besides Ancestry and besides kind of some of those very strict lines where genealogical research is, to just think about institutions like University of New Hampshire or any other like Black Heritage Trail as well. I know that they have, a little bit of a genealogical site on their site as well. And so, but again, this family's collection is really one of a treasure that we have here at Arizona State University. And we bring it out every time to let people know that it really is possible to, find genealogical records within institutions, and what you can do in order to try and find those records and dig a little bit deeper with your genealogical research. And then I'll go ahead and have Charmaine take over.
Thank you, Jessica. So before I get started on this side, I wanted to add to what Jessica said. So my mom's family is from Northeast Georgia in the mountains. And so I knew that the University of Georgia was the closest archival repository or university to where they live. And so I researched within the finding aids at that institution just by searching the county that I knew my family was from. And by doing that, I ended up finding a sharecropping agreement for a third great grandfather, just like randomly. And so that was just a joy to find. And so from that experience, it really made me emphasize archival research when it comes to genealogical research. Doing that primary source research outside of like Ancestry or Family Search, the archives are a very important source. So I really encourage you to do that. So on this slide, I will discuss getting started and the importance of understanding history and context. So before you can even get started, it's important that you gather your research. And so that must be done by talking to family members, talking to people in the community, elders, the other associated families that may have information about your own family history. So during this process, you can record conversations and write notes as they are speaking, or you can write notes after the fact. But an important thing to do is to ask for permission before recording a conversation. And so from an archivist perspective, you need to have a written oral history release if at any point you plan on donating those oral histories to an institution. That's something that is pretty much strict across the board at all archival institutions, just so the person being recorded has given that consent to have it donated. So oral history recordings can be done with your cell phone. There's a recorder option on most phones, definitely on an iPhone and definitely on an Android. And so I've used that function before because I've been at family reunions or other functions where I don't necessarily have a tape recorder on me, but I'm hearing a lot of interesting conversations. And so I bring out my phone and the quality is okay. I'm sure there's ways to download that file and clean up some of the backhand noise that you hear, but it's something to use just on the fly. But if you have like a prepared oral history session, definitely invest in a tape recorder. So learning the basics of oral history of local history is an important step because it will inform you of the things that happened during your ancestors' lives and how things have changed since that time. So this kind of knowledge will guide you to the right records. Other things to keep in mind in historical research includes learning about the industries that were important to the area that you're researching, so such as fishing, lumber, and tourism in Portsmouth. One thing that has been very important to my own genealogical research is knowing boundary lines and how counties change over time. For example, in my own research, I learned that Banks County, Georgia, where my family is from, was formed from Franklin and Habersham County in Georgia. So in learning this information, I was able to find resources in all three of those counties that pertain to my family. Whereas if I did not know that information, I might have had more of a brick wall. So understanding the context of your ancestors' lives will lead you to their basic life data, relationships, and events that affected them and that they participated. For example, who couldn't file for a military pension and who could, and in what period? What limitations were there for women or Black, Indigenous people of color? And when were documents available for them or about them? In context of Black family history research, understanding the Great Migration, when it began, why people migrated from the South, can paint a more nuanced story of your ancestors' lives or those who you are researching. So another important thing when it comes to understanding history is names and naming patterns. Those have changed throughout the centuries. Having knowledge of those 17, 1800, 1900 nicknames, and even shortened versions of names can lead to some genealogical discoveries. So like how THOS, Thos, is short for Thomas. One of my personal examples of this is I have a third great grandmother. Her name is Deely. And so I learned her name from my second great grandmother's death certificate. So I tried searching for Deely, which her last name is Wiley, and I could not find her. So eventually I decided to research what Deely could have been short for. And I found that it was a nickname for Cordelia. So with that information, I was indeed able to find that third great grandmother on the 1870 census. So Ancestorville has two lists, one for male and one for female, that gives nicknames and shortened names from that Victorian era. And I've linked those in the handouts. This has been a very important site. I've been on Ancestorville for years now, referring to that list of the shortened names and nicknames. Okay, so in this slide, I will talk about this documenting the research process. And so this is something that I haven't always done, but it is a very important step. It'll save you some time. And so one of the first things I would suggest would be to fill out a family group sheet. This is a way of organizing your family's information or those who you're researching. This sheet contains a chart that allows you space to fill in your ancestors' basic information, things such as their name, spouse, birth and death dates, along with locations, marriage information, children, occupation, and much more. And so in this slide, I've linked the slide and handout, I've linked the family group sheet template that you can download and print. The next thing that's important is to keep track of where you got your information from. So the most important way to do that, or most helpful way to do that, is create a simple citation. So I created one from a collection that is available in New Hampshire. And so it can be as simple as Octagon Club Records, comma, MS 111, and MS stands for manuscript, folder 12, color population of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, 1949. So just having this in quotes will allow you to get back to that folder and know where you found a piece of information from. So another thing that I learned the hard way is that it's important to make note of the path that you use to find a document on a website, such as Family Search or Ancestry, because sometimes websites change their, they update or just change their path altogether. Sometimes things are removed. So if you know the path in which you went to find that document, you can always find it. For example, knowing which collection it came from on the site, where is it originally housed, things of that nature will help you be able to get back to that document. So when acquiring different documents or records along this genealogical journey, it's important to save your research in more than one location in case of computer failure, natural disaster, or just other factors. So you can save things in the cloud on sites such as Google, you can make a hard copy, and you can also save it to your computer. So that way you have those 3 different places where your materials are stored. So the next thing I would like to speak about is research questions and research plans. So these things can also save you some time and frustration. In the library or in the archive, we often have patrons that will ask about materials about a family surname. And so just a broad question like that can be kind of difficult, especially if we have several collections pertaining to that family surname, or one collection that is maybe 100 boxes long. It's hard to retrieve 100 boxes at a time. So by having that research question, you know where you're going, and you can request that information and spend maybe a half day in the archive versus a whole day combing through things. So a good research question is specific, but not too narrow. So one example is, who was the wife of Monroe Brown, probably born in the mid-1860s in Georgia and living in Habersham County, Georgia from at least 1870 to 1930. And so that's my second great grandfather, but that's a kind of a specific question, but not too broad, because it gives you enough span. So you say from 1870 to 1930, you also say born around the mid 1860s versus saying born exactly in 1860. So this type of question will yield more results, and you're not possibly missing information. And then also, if I had walked into an archive or library and asked for everything on the Brown family, that would be a little bit of overwhelming. So the New York Genealogical and Biographical Society, they have an article about research plans and research questions. And so I've also linked that in the handout. So a little bit more about research questions. So this is our research plans. This is more so like developing an outline of where you want to go as far as the research. So like exactly what do you want to know? What do you already know? What do you think you know the answer is? What sources or records might contain the answers? And do those records even exist? Lastly, if the sources and records do exist, where can you find them? So genealogist Kimberly Powell, she has an article about research plans, and I've also provided that link in the handout. So the last step, and this is one that I just started doing recently, and this is research logs. So they're quite beneficial to the research process to help you keep track of ancestors you may have already researched and how you conducted that research. What you found and what you didn't find. And so this prevents you from repeating the steps that you've previously done in your research. I encourage you to start on a research log. I've just started it, and it saved me so much time. Okay, so next I'll discuss online resources. A lot of these you may have already be familiar with, but I'll discuss some of the ways in which I use these. So FamilySearch.org is actually my favorite genealogical research tool. It is free. It has helpful features besides just researching documents. So the Family Search wiki pages explain more about the historical collections and how to use them, as well as the limitations. And it will tell you details such as if materials are missing from a certain year, or if this collection only represents certain counties. And so that's helpful because sometimes when you're looking through collections, you might get frustrated that you don't find a source, but if you read the wiki pages, you might find that that source doesn't even exist, or that a fire happened or something happened. So the Family Search wiki pages have been very important. So the next thing on Family Search is the catalog. I found it to be very helpful to direct me to digitized copies of publications as well as documents. For example, I was able to find the New Hampshire Rockingham County probate records, probate files, and record books 1643 to 1918 in the catalog. So this source is actually physically available at the New Hampshire Division of Archives and Records Management, but it's also available online on familysearch.org if you don't have time or not in the area to do that in-person research there. And so on familysearch.org, all materials that are digitized and available are indicated by a camera icon. And so that means that you just need to log into your free familysearch.org web account to be able to access those materials. So the next section or the next tool on familysearch.org is the Find a Collection. So you can locate this area by selecting Search, then Records. Then at the bottom right, there will be a Find a Collection section. So this will guide you through their historical collections. And so you can select Browse All, but you can also type in the state that you're interested in. And so when I typed New Hampshire, I was able to locate the New Hampshire Revolutionary War records, 1675 to 1835, which could be of assistance in your research journey. And so I also wanted to mention that the Portsmouth Public Library is a Family Search affiliate library, which means that visiting the public library will give you access to Family Search's digital collections. And these are not available in your home. So it's important to know where your Family Search affiliate libraries are, and you do have one in Portsmouth. So the next source is findagrave.com. It's another one of my favorite resources because I do a lot of research out of state where my families have lived. And so I'm not able to physically be there, but findagrave.com is an online gravesite directory. And this allows users to contribute photos and other content too. And some of the users or contributors on Find a Grave are excellent. They will include bios, they will include death certificates sometimes. They will include, if it's a family plot, they might include who's in the family plot, who is associated with this family. So it's a great site. I was able to find my third great grandfather's grave site through Find a Grave. And so this ended up being very crucial for me because he died in the 1890s, and this was before Texas was requiring death certificates. So there's no record of his his death, except for this headstone and memorial that I was able to find on Find a Grave. And I actually visited in person eventually, but it was a good resource. So on Find a Grave, there are several Portsmouth cemeteries on that site, including the ones that are part of the South Street Cemetery. But so that's worth noting. And there's a lot more cemeteries in Portsmouth that's available on Find a Grave. So the next one it's probably the most popular website, and that's ancestry.com. So I think it's a very great resource, and it has the same capabilities or many of the capabilities of familysearch.org, but you have more access to records since it's subscription based. The only downside is that ancestry.com tracks your research steps and shares them as those suggestions that you see as the little leaflets or even on the side of the website. So this can be helpful on one side or one end, but it can also be confusing if someone has added the wrong information or the wrong person to their tree, or searching the wrong family. So then you can get hints that are like false hints. So I'd say be careful of the suggestions on ancestry.com. So the last site I just recently started using within like the past 2 years. So this is newspapers.com. And so I found obituaries on newspapers.com, marriage announcements, death notices, as well as just general town happenings and even gossip depending on which period that I'm researching, all of which gives you a more well-rounded story of your ancestors and those who you are researching. So newspapers isn't a source that I originally thought to use, because I thought it was more so for prominent families, and like my family were farmers and people who just worked in teachers, just everyday people. But newspapers have been very beneficial once I started getting into that type of research, especially the pre-1980s, maybe 1960s, pre-1960s. Newspapers were a lot more detailed. They were more community focused. And even Virgin and nosy at some times. So you find a lot of details about who's dating who sometimes, and just very interesting, like town, city gossip that has led me to some more clues. Even though obituaries are sometimes a little bit more detailed, like it will mention if this person is the last surviving child of this family and things of that nature. With my family being in farming, I was able to find some of their business dealings. So that was really important to see that so-and-so bought land from this person or sold land to that person. Things like that were noted in the newspaper. And this is from a very small town in Texas. So I'm sure more information is out there on newspapers and newspapers.com and other newspaper repositories. So, and then I would also like to mention that if you have family members who were an educator, member of the clergy, community organization, things of that nature, they will more than likely be documented in the newspaper. So those are invaluable sources. Okay, so next I will discuss some of the collections I found in New Hampshire. There is one collection here that is based in Massachusetts, but most of these are New Hampshire sources. So, okay, so the first university or the first repository I will speak about is the University of New Hampshire. So I found the Sinclair family papers. This is spans 1940 to 2014. And so this collection is of Clayton and Hazel Sinclair. They were patriarch and matriarch of the Sinclair family, who they actually met in Kittery Point while working for different families who summered there. They got married and eventually they worked at the Navy Yard. So they were very active in their community. They were members of People's Baptist Church. They helped start the Portsmouth NAACP. And they also operated Rock Rest, which is in Kittery. And it was a safe space from discrimination and guest house for African Americans during that segregation period. So their collection, it contained correspondence, among other materials, I think that could be useful to African American research, especially if there were families that stayed at the Rock Rest, but also families that were involved in People's Baptist Church and NAACP and other organizations that the Sinclairs were involved in. And I can show you that finding aid. So this is a finding aid at the University of New Hampshire. The 16 boxes. This is the manuscript number 216. That's a picture of Rock Rest and Kittery. And so this is the sort of like the biographical note that we have at ASU. So it tells you a little bit about the Sinclair family. And then this is sort of what we call our scope and content note, excuse me. And this tells you about what you can find in the collection. So the bulk of the collection is made up of correspondence and personal belongings and ephemera, collected by the Sinclairs, their families, and also friends. So that's when that looking at associates, family members, friends, that can be of interest to those who are researching associated families to the Sinclairs. And so this tells you about access restrictions. There are none, copyright notice, citation, And then this gets into what we call our container list. And so this is a different series that are involved. So this is all about Rock Rest. This is about Hazel Sinclair, and you can find more under there. This is relating to Clayton Sinclair. And then these are family and friends, so children, etc. And then these are subject files. So these are subject files are different files that were collected by the creator. So if they had interest in certain things, then it would become a subject file. So they had interest in adult education, African American history, etc. So there are files. So we have miscellaneous for things that don't fit into any of the other series. There are photographs, as well as a series on Black Heritage Trail and oversized materials. So this is what makes up their collection. And then when you get more into the container list, you see a box folder level description. So you know what information is in each folder. So this is the finding aid for the Sinclair family papers. Okay, so the next collection at the University of New Hampshire is the Vertical Files, which is a collection of materials that were curated by University of New Hampshire staff, as well as curators. And so the information in Vertical Files is organized by subject rather than a creator. So what I did with this, I clicked into the finding aid. And then to find information that I was interested in, I go to my browser and I select the find function. And so in this case, I typed African. And so immediately box 4, folder 1 populated. And that was of the Women's Club of Durham, 1913 to 1941. So the last half of this, it says it contains information about Belmont and Venus Barhew and their children, who were African-American residents of Durham enslaved by Deacon Jeremiah Burnham during the 1760s and 1800s. And so this is within the Vertical Files. And so the initial subject is the Women's Durham Club, or Women's Club of Durham, but it also contains this information here. So by using this find function, you can also just type other search terms of interest to find more in Vertical Files. But if you get to the bottom or get to the top of Vertical Files, it tells you a little bit more about it. It was collected by the archive over 30 years and contains materials accumulated mostly by subject rather than creator, as I discussed. And then a little bit more, it tells you about the different themes you can find in the Vertical Files. So social, racial, women's, academic, agricultural, and governmental history is what you can find in Vertical Files. So I'm sure besides that box and folder about the Barhew family, I'm sure there are other materials as well, if it's mentioned here in this note. So that's another collection that I think would be beneficial to research within at UNH. Okay. So the next collection is the next institution is the University of Massachusetts Amherst. So I located the NAACP Portsmouth Branch Records collection, which is small, but it does contain correspondence and memoranda and other materials that can provide insight to the African American community in Portsmouth. And so I will click into that finding aid. Okay, so this is a finding aid here. It gives you a little information about the NAACP branch in Portsmouth, when it was founded. There's a scope of the collection, and that tells you about more details about what you can find in that collection. So critical minutes of meetings during the Civil Rights era, 1963 to 1966, and other things there. And so this is a collection. It's pretty small, but I believe there are some things that are very interesting, like correspondence could always be of use, as well as different memoranda and even newsletters. So I think it would be worth it to spend some time within that collection. And this finding aid tells you about copyright, also who processed the collection and provenance, how the collection was given to the university. So it was a gift of Ben Forbes. and so in subject matters that you can find in the collection. So this is at University of Massachusetts Amherst. All right. So the next institution that I researched within is the New Hampshire Historical Society. So they have a ton of collections, but the one that stuck out to me was the Josiah Bartlett family papers. And so it stood out to me because on the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, they have a searchable database. And so in that database are the names of African Americans in New Hampshire. And so a handful of them did have the Bartlett surname. And so I wanted to see if there was any association, which there was, because I found that the Bartlett family did enslave people, including Peter Bartlett, who is one of the individuals that's listed in the Black Heritage Trail searchable database. So with this in mind, the collection's correspondence and legal documents could include information about enslaved people, such as the February 13th, 1776 letter from Mary Bartlett describing a runaway slave. And so that is just one of the letters that was highlighted in the finding aid, but there could be other materials related to enslaved people, but also even after emancipation in New Hampshire, because oftentimes formerly enslaved people stayed on with the families because work was hard to find and just the general climate. And many of my ancestors stayed on as sharecroppers after emancipation with their former enslavers. So this letter is located in that Josiah Bartlett family papers at the New Hampshire Historical Collection, but there are also other Bartlett family or Bartlett collections at the Historical Society that could be of use to research within. I believe there was one that was called Bartlett Family Papers without the Josiah part, and that collection focused on Josiah's children and grandchildren. So there could be information in employee records and things of that nature could yield clues to the work lives or just the lives in general of African Americans in New Hampshire. And so I will click on that finding aid. Okay, so this is a note about the collection that leads you to the finding aid. So this lets you know the title, the creator, the session number, the dates, so 1710 to 1937, physical description, which is 4 boxes, and then an abstract that tells you a little bit more about the collection. So it contains personal, legal, and financial affairs of Josiah Bartlett, Mary Bartlett, and their sons, Levi, Josiah, and Ezra. So the scope and content note, it gets a little bit more into the details of the collection. So that's when you see that the person who processed the collection highlighted that there was a letter from Mary Bartlett that contains information about an escaped slave. But again, it's up to like the individual archivist to highlight certain things in the finding aid. So there could be very well be other letters, information related to African American community members in this area of New Hampshire. So here at the bottom, this is set up a little bit different than University of New Hampshire. There's a link to the finding aid. So it's in PDF form. So this is the finding aid in more detail. It includes some of the things that we mentioned before, the collection scope and content note, as well as the contents list, which we call container list, but it's the same thing. And it lets you know in a folder level what you can expect to find. So Josiah Bartlett, early years, and then these are a little bit more ambiguous, but it's Josiah Bartlett related to him, and it tells you which years. There's the will and estate papers, which are a crucial source in African American research, especially getting beyond that 1870 hump for most African Americans, but in New Hampshire, of course, they would have been counted earlier in the census, but will and estate papers are still very important. I've been able to find my ancestors in estate inventories and things like that nature, and details about what will happen to them after the enslaver passes on. And so there are handwritten copies and extracts of letters. Correspondence is very important to genealogy research. And so if you just scroll further down, this is a pretty decent sized collection, in detail at least. And so there's a lot of correspondence from different members of the family. There's that letter I was talking about there earlier. And so I think it's worth it to look within the Josiah Bartlett family papers, but also the other Bartlett collections as well. So, okay. So the next collection or the next institution I would like to speak about is the Portsmouth Athenaeum. So in the Athenaeum, I found a couple collections that I thought would be interesting to African American history. The first one is the Octagon Club records. This is circa 1942 to 1948. And the MS 111, that's the manuscript number. So the Octagon Club was an African American Freemasons group or club. It was active from 1942 to 1956. Many of the things in this collection could help uncover what life was like for African Americans in the Portsmouth area during that time. There are newsletters, correspondence, and much more in this collection. And so I will click on that finding aid to show you what that looks like there. So this is a finding aid for the Octagon Club records. And so it gives you a little bit of provenance. It was a gift of Valerie Cunningham in 2012, given in memory of Clarence W. Cunningham, which was her father. And so it tells you how to cite the collection as well as the size. So it's a small collection. It's a 1/2 Hollinger box, but small doesn't mean that it doesn't have important information. So the scope and content note, it tells you a little bit more about the Octagon Club, what you can find. So their proposed constitution, correspondence, letters of support for Clayton Sinclair, whose collection we spoke about earlier, as well as receipts and financial records. And so the folder list is here. So it's only a 1-box collection, but this is the information about the folders. And so you find there's cards and ephemera. There's report of auditing committee, William Ballard's application. So that's another African-American man. So that can be, if someone was researching the Ballard family, this could be important to see what was in his application. Financial reports, definitely the letters of support for Clayton Sinclair, that would be important to African-American research in Portsmouth. So the next collection at the Athenaeum is the Lift Every Voice exhibit portraits and exhibit panel text. And this includes excerpts from a oral history project that Valerie Cunningham was working on or worked on. So this collection, or at least the oral history excerpts, are also available on seacoastnh.com. And so to locate it on that website, you have to select Black History, Stories, then Black Elders of Portsmouth. So I will click on that so you can see what it looks like on the Athenaeum's website. If it will load. If not, then I can go to the Seacoast website. Let's see, Seacoast. Okay, so this is the Seacoast nh.com website that I was talking about. So it contains pretty much the same information you can find at the Athenaeum. So if you select one of the elders, this is Hazel Sinclair. So this is the collection, or the matriarch of the family that I was discussing earlier. And so this was what was on the exhibit panel text, or Lift Every Voice. And so this is her oral history about her moving to Kittery and how she met Clayton and all of that. So it contains some very interesting information there. And so if you go back, there are a handful of elders. So Rosary Cooper, Henry Pettiford, Doris Moore, Frances Tilly Satchel, and Hazel Sinclair. So you can find these oral history excerpts here on seacoastnh.com, but it's also available at the Portsmouth Athenaeum as well. Okay, so lastly, I did want to mention that with archival research and also the information you gain from that research, it's important to analyze the information that you're seeing. Not only taking that information at face value, but also cross-examining the source or the sources of that information, what is being said and what is not being said in that information, and how that information can lead to additional resources. So this process is a part of what is called document analysis. And so I have linked more about that in the handout. It's also important in this process to keep a list of your ancestors or the person you're researching, their family, their associates, and their neighbors. And so this is called the fan club. And this was a term coined by genealogist Elizabeth Shawn Mills. And so that's very crucial when doing genealogical research, because it's very, very easy to be more centered on your own individual family. But the more you research, you learn that families might have intermarried, families may have gone into business with one another. So it's important to keep that fan club in mind when doing research. So lastly, I did want to mention there were a couple great books for anyone researching family history. So The Everything Guide to Genealogy by Kimberly Powell, and The Family Tree Guide to DNA Testing and Genetic Testing by Blaine Bettinger. Both of these books I have linked in the handout so you can purchase. So the DNA book by Blaine Bettinger, it really breaks down the limitations of DNA, but also the pros, but there are limitations. With technology, sometimes we can get a little bit ahead of ourselves and think it can do more than it can. And so Blaine does a great job of explaining how DNA can be helpful in one's journey and things to expect or not to expect from the DNA research. And so Kimberly Powell's book, it walks you through the ins and outs of genealogy research. It's a great, I won't even just say it's a great first book, it's a great reference resource as well. And so many of the questions you might have about genealogy can be answered by that book by Blaine Bettinger, but also by Kimberly Powell's books. I consider those to be invaluable reference sources. And so with that, that concludes our presentation, and thank you for your time. And this is how you can follow us if you're interested. We have our library website, lib.ahsu.edu, community archives, as well as our Facebook page and Instagram, if you're interested. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much for this fantastic overview of archives and archival research, especially the local sources. I appreciated getting a view of that. So we have a tip that was posted in the chat that I wanted to highlight, and then a few questions. So there was a tip from Deborah King about chronicling America, and I just wanted to post that in the chat. Again, if people didn't get a chance to see it, it's a free database of early US newspapers, and it's a wealth of information, a great place to start. So thank you, Deborah King, for that. Now we have a couple questions, actually. I was going to say two, but we had a few more come in. So I'm going to start with actually a question from Linda, because she wanted to, I don't know if you can put up the slide again, but she wanted to know to show us again how to use the find function when we're looking and searching the finding aid.
Yes, I can share my screen and do that again for sure. Let me pull that up. This one is much shorter, but so I have a Google browser, and so here there are 3 dots at the top right, and so I hit those 3 dots, and then I go to where it says find, and you can also hit Control F, but you select find, and then you type your search term. So I'll just type Bartlett for this case, but as you see, Bartlett comes up 10 times, so you can click through and it'll take you to where Bartlett is in this guide. You can select another search term if you only want to know about Levi, or this is Levi. So if you only want to know about farming, for example, in this, it'll take you specifically to where it mentions farming in this finding aid. So that's how I use the search function here to find certain information.
Great, thank you. So we have some questions about the archival, research. Are obituaries to the archives? How important are obituaries to the archives?
Oh, very much important. There are whole collections now at different repositories that are dedicated to obituaries. I believe it is San Antonio, Texas. They have an African-American obituaries collection now that they've recruited from the community. So obituaries contain invaluable information, especially about the African-American community that may have not been documented in other places. And so we have examples of obituaries in our archive as well. If you wanted, I can show you Arizona archives and how you would search for obituaries.
I think we have time if people would find that useful.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so this is our website, Arizona Archives Online. So you can simply type obituaries. And then if we are looking only within, well, I guess I could show you this. So Arizona Archives Online is representative of our state archives and library, as well as the Historical Society, Northern Arizona University, University of Arizona, as well as ASU, where we are. So just by typing obituaries, we see that it's yielded 214 items. So obituaries are a key component to archival research. So in this collection, for example, at the Arizona Historical Society, it looks like they have a obituary here for a Heiser Hennessy. Yes, John W. Hennessy. So yes, we see in this collection there's obituary for him, as well as Laura, as well as Jonathan, as well as Kevin. So this is just one collection that has all of these obituaries. And this is the Arizona Historical Society vertical files. So very similar to the UNH's vertical files, where it's about subject matter. So this is just one example. And you can also use the search function here. I could demo that again. Find. So yes, you see it yields 121 results in obituary, and you can just click the arrow and continue through the finding aid to find where it's picked up on obituaries in that finding aid. So yeah, it's a very important source when doing archival research. Many collections at different institutions have obituaries. This is the Charlotte Hall Museum. They also have obituaries, so it's very important to archival research.
Great, thank you. I would also confirm that too in my own research as a historian. I sometimes have to start with obituaries and then work backwards. So they're very important to the process. I see that Bob Bellinger has his hand up, and so we're going to take a question live. Bob?
Well, it's not really a question. I just want to thank you for such a wide range of sources that you presented, some of which I've used and some of which I haven't. So it was a wonderful presentation with lots of possibilities opened. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, I completely agree with that too. There's another question about a template. Do you have a template for the oral history release that you shared? And is that in the PDF that you provided?
It was not, but I was just looking on our website, and we do have a document that was linked in the Chicano Research Collection, actually library guide. So I'll go ahead and post it in the chat. And we're actually working on revising a lot of our documents here at ASU. And so this one is one of the ones that are under revisement, but it's still available publicly. So I'll go ahead and link it in the chat for anyone. But obviously it's very specific to Arizona State University. And so if you're looking to do, your own oral history release, just, it can be a template. It can be kind of, lift a little bit of the language, but it's very specific to what we have. Oh, and looks like somebody also linked something in the chat too about sample release forms as well. And so those are always great resources as well. But I'll go ahead and link ours here at Arizona State University in the chat here for you all.
Perfect. And then there was a question about using the genealogical proof standard. How do you apply that and use that?
That's a good question. I took a course at Boston University last summer, and so that was the first time that I was introduced to that. So I'm not as familiar with that standard, but it seems to be a very important standard to keep in mind when doing genealogical research, especially if you plan on doing research for others. That's how it was framed for me. I don't think that's something that needs to be in mind for just the casual family historian, but definitely if you're doing research for other individuals.
Great. And then I just had or maybe a comment, but it also could be posed as a question, especially when we're doing family research, we're looking at different genealogical sources, but also archival research. How might we think about our own presumptions and how our presumptions might get in the way of accessing some of the information we're trying to get?
You want to take this one, Jess?
I was going to say, it feels like there's a lot of that can be taken from that particular comment / question. Everybody has a bias. And bias can sometimes cause us to be very narrow-sighted, narrow-minded about what we're trying to find. And so when you're looking for information or looking for, resources regarding genealogical research or archival research, it always is recommended that you come at it with an open mind, that, you don't necessarily have to take it in one direction. It can span into, a lots of different directions, as Charmaine has pointed out in finding aids. And she has spoken about in her own specific research where, she thought she had, connections at this one institution, but found out that it was at a completely different one. And so that changed her perspective, and that changed kind of her thought process on how she needs to conduct her research. And so what I will say on my end is that just be open-minded. You know, again, we all have our biases. We all kind of have that kind of narrow, you know, view sometimes, and it can really cause us an issue. So just be as open-minded and as open as you can be about the possibilities that are in front of you when it comes to research, and just take it where it goes. I mean, it could absolutely take you in a direction that you never really thought possible. And, you know, so sometimes those, at least for me, I like to play detective game when I do research. I'm very much in like, okay, let's go over here. Oh, wow, this is over here. So just start going over here. And so it's kind of like a puzzle, like you're going all over the place, trying to figure out where everything is at. And so that's my frame, and that's how I take on research. And I hope others would do that as well. Just so, again, you're opening up the possibilities and opening up yourself to whatever information is out there and available. And Charmaine, I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
No, that was great. I did want to say also, like, it took me a minute to realize that in a way, our ancestors or the individuals that we're researching from the past are just like us. There are a lot of differences, obviously, because of time period, et cetera, but some of the scenarios that I've run across have really surprised me, because a lot of things that are going on now were happening back then too, just in very covert ways. And I'll say, and specifically thinking about relationships, you know, who's with whom or what child is of what child. There are a lot of different scenarios I did not expect to pop up from a third great grandmother or great grandfather or whatnot. So yes, keeping an open mind and also realizing that a lot of things that are happening now happened back in the day as well.
That's a great point. I'm happy to share one thing that I came across too when I was doing research. But before I do that, I want to make sure there aren't any more questions. If you want to drop those in the chat, or if you want to use the raised hand feature, feel free to do so. I'll just share really quickly. I was trying to do some genealogical research, not on a family member of mine, but just someone who I was interested in writing about in my book. Is Sarah Roberts, who was the young African-American girl at the center of the 1850 school desegregation case in Boston. And I wanted to track her life after that case. And I kept going to the census records, you know, typing in her birth year, which is 1842, 1843. And I couldn't find her after 1870. So most people were like, well, she must have died and we just don't have her obituary. But that was sort of unsatisfactory to me. Because by 1870, usually there's some kind of death certificate, some kind of obituary, some mention. And so I just kept looking. And I realized after doing some more digging and sort of changing her birth year, that she actually changed her birth year in the census records. So no longer was she saying that she was born in 1842, she was saying she was born in 1852. And so then I could track her through 1880, 1890. I mean, the 1890 census doesn't really quite work, but you know, I could trace her at that point. And so my presumption that she would keep the same birth year, I mean, most people do. But in this case, she didn't. And so we, as historians, we had lost this latter part of her life because we thought for sure, right, this would be the same birth year. So, you know, they're rational actors, right? These are people of the past, and they have stories and complicated stories. And sometimes the way that we approach these records, we want to keep that in mind and be open-minded. So I think that's a great point. Are there any other questions or comments?
Well,
yes.
Yes, I like your point, Charmaine, about how they're people. And I had that looking for a maternal great-grandmother. I found her in 1910 with a name last name that was unfamiliar to me. And so I went back searching for that name, found nothing. Then I found her on the marriage certificate of her daughter in 1866 with a completely different name. And so I began searching for that, found nothing. I was searching forever. Turned out the name that she had in 1866, 4 years later, changed because she married someone. And then about a decade later, he had died, she married again. Then a decade had married again. So there were 4 different names, and none of them would span that whole period. So yeah, So, you know, you have to think, what would somebody do? And because luckily she lived in the same community the whole time.
I've had similar situations happen. Yeah, that can be quite a struggle. So yes, opening your mind. I mean, you would have never found that information had you been looking for only that one last name, or even the two last names.
And just to add to the list of links that you provided in your presentation, which were great, Family Search, Ancestry, there are sometimes similar databases in both, but I find that the search functions differently in both. So sometimes a name I can't seem to find in Ancestry, I can somehow find in Family Search. It's part of the OCR, right? The technology of search functioning. So it's sometimes helpful to look at both databases and to search both because different records might come up. So I thought that was great too. And newspapers.com as well. I have a subscription to Genealogy Bank, which is kind of dual. They do obituaries, but also newspapers. And I find their search function is one of the best. I find the cost of that to be, somewhat affordable on, monthly membership. But yes, so those are some great links for doing genealogical research. All right. Any final thoughts, Charmaine and Jessica, on genealogical research or archival research?
I just would like to say that recently Charmaine has been very gracious to me and has taken on the genealogical research of my family. And she brought forth a lot of really great information that I didn't know about from my paternal side of the family. And so if you're ever in contact with somebody who does a lot of really great genealogical research, as you can tell, I'm not the genealogical research person in this group, Charmaine is. And so it was really great to be able to see her work and to kind of see how the ticks of genealogical research and archival research do match up. And it's just like, okay, I can do this. Like, because sometimes I get a little bit intimidated about some of this stuff. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know if I want to do it. But seeing her work and seeing, the process, it's just kind of like, oh, I can do this. I can take this on. I can do that. And so I just want to encourage you all, with the resources that are out there to, dive in and do that research. And like we said at the top of this presentation, it is absolutely, important for you as well to look into these institutions, look into colleges, look into special collections, look into all of these particular things that might not be of, known within genealogical circles to figure out what kind of information you can find, because there is absolutely a wealth of resources and information out there for people to go ahead and find a lot of information, not just about a family, but sometimes about a whole community. And that's kind of what Community-Driven Archives is doing at ASU, is that we are really taking it upon ourselves to document marginalized communities in Arizona, because our archives do not have that representation of marginalized communities. Only 0 to 2% of known archival collections in Arizona represent marginalized communities here. So that is really abysmal and really kind of heartbreaking as a person of color who lives in Arizona. And so we really take our work seriously, and I hope that if you do find information on families and you're willing to donate it and willing to, kind of get it out there for people to know it's available, I absolutely encourage you to do that, because there are so many communities that are undocumented or underdocumented that need help in getting that particular kind of information out there. So we really encourage you all to be those community archivists. Even if you're not a part of that community, to just, do your part and get out there and try and fill up these archives with information about communities that are underdocumented or not documented at all.
Thank you. I see there's a hand raised. Ellen Fine.
Thank you. I found this really, really interesting. I lived in New Hampshire for many years, so, knowing a little bit more truth about the Bartlett family was always very interesting. And gave me a lot of great places to think about searching. I don't know if you heard my question earlier in another workshop. I'm part of a community in Needham, Massachusetts, and we're trying to research the history of people who were enslaved in Needham, one by our first minister from the Unitarian Church, and several others. So I'm wondering if you have any experience of people who have been doing what I, in my mind, call like a reverse genealogical research. So you have the people, we don't have any knowledge of descendants. We have some knowledge of some people who were enslaved, and the enslavers moved and then, sold people, or people went to England, and, so I'm wondering if you have any experience with that. We're trying to, like, my dream would be to one day really know some of the stories of what happened to the people, and as I was saying, the man was who was enslaved by our first minister. He named him Homer, but I was saying how much it would be such a wonderful thing to know his name, and as Robert was suggesting, maybe he wanted it to be a secret name, but so any thoughts? Sorry to ramble there.
No, that's okay. Okay, so I guess what period are we talking about? I guess
talking 1721 to about 1770s, because the last people are take their freedom in the 1780s. So but technically Needham is part of Dedham, as far back as 1630s. So both towns.
Yes, and last names of those individuals you're interested in tracing?
It is, well, the ministers' names, we know their last names. So the last names are Jonathan Townsend, and there's a bunch of Townsends spread throughout and buried throughout, like this is like Millis and, Medway, all these kind of Norfolk County towns. And some of the people were actually enslaved by what is now people in what is now Wellesley, and they weren't part of our church. So it's a very complicated history of about, I'm trying to remember how many people exactly, like a good 15 to 20 people, that we're trying to get little inklings of,
Have you tried searching the census for the names first? Has that yielded anything?
We have done that. The town historian has been on this. How it came about, talk about hidden history. So we the minister at the church looked at an old church book from, one of those centennial celebrations. And literally the page that was about the people enslaved was, it had never been seen, because those two pages, when they were printed, were like kept together. Like somebody didn't actually cut that piece. So like literally hidden for at least 100, and people knew little stories here and there, but, like literally closed up in a book and sealed, you know what I mean? And so the minister went to Harvard, and so she's written about it. She's reached into them, and, I noticed Robert wrote something, but I was just wondering if many people who've done this kind of reverse way of looking at genealogy, rather than, oh, I have a family, my grandmother, my great-grandmother.
Yes. I guess, I haven't personally done it, but I know they have the searchable database for the Black Heritage Trail with different names of individuals. And so those wouldn't be families that like I'm familiar with, but I took a name, I believe it's Scipio as a first name, and I took it and I searched into, the records on Family Search and Ancestry, and I did come up with some things. That individual had moved away from New Hampshire, moved to Massachusetts. And I looked a little bit further, but I wasn't trying to do a deep dive, but that was a simple way of trying to find someone who I'm not connected with, not family, just a name. It's easier with unique names, such as like Scipio, but I would just start in the census probably, and just see what other associated records you could find of those individuals. Also, would they have stuck around that area,
or would
Well,
they have moved?
we have an interesting theory because we are next to South Natick, and Needham and South Natick fought over what was called the Natick leg for decades, and it went to the Massachusetts Supreme Court, but also it was a Natick praying Indian village. And so we feel that many of the enslaved, whether people were Black and enslaved or Indigenous enslaved in this town, we don't fully know, but we feel that some of the folks walked a few miles down the road and found a bit of refuge there.
And I was gonna say that makes sense. I've seen that in a lot of the Virginia, Massachusetts, other tribes where African Americans mixed in with the local indigenous nations, even in Maine, in the Nantucket area, that happened. So that could be a theory. It could also be a theory if maybe the area didn't have many opportunities for people of color, so then they moved to the nearest town that would have had those opportunities, so you could search for them there. It's a lot of different moving parts. It'll take some time with this project.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
think,
too, like,
sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, you could probably, this is probably like one of those times where you need to open up and be like more broad than specific. And so maybe start like researching the community and figuring out like different community like things that were going on, and then dig into maybe that, and that can lead to something that can lead you to something else. So I would say, you know, be broad in kind of your research and start with like community stuff, because as we were saying with, you know, the Ocampo collection here, it wasn't about a specific, it was about specific family, but it was also about the entire community as well. And so you can pick up information about members that weren't even a part of the family, they were part of this community. And so I would say definitely look through possibly some community records, church records, you know, are always kind of, you know, a really great resource. And so I would say start broad and then start trying to be, you know, get as specific as you possibly can when you find something, because that's probably going to be the way that you're going to, because it seems like you have different towns and different places that you can go into. So start there with those records and see if there's anything that catches your eye about these people, or something, an event in that town that you might be able to just kind of drill down into and see if you can find information about people there.
I love those thoughts on the event. And the other thing I'm going to say is I'm really intrigued about the agricultural records. I run a resiliency gardens project. So like when Robert was talking about having done that, and, you know, that I think that's really, we've started looking at some of that, and you know, this is all such great advice. And I saw all the stuff that people were writing in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think if there's some follow-up, you can email the presenters. I just want to make sure we have time to thank our presenters, Charmaine Bonner and Jessica Salow, again, for this wonderful primer on African American genealogical research. And I think the question that you were asking, Ellen, will be taken up, I think, by Tanya in our next presentation. So I want to get to that. So thank you all, and I will pass it on.
Thank you all. It was so nice to meet all of you. Have a good rest of your day.
Yes, take care. Thank you all.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you, Cabria, for bringing the researchers to our attention. And we look forward to I look forward to working with you more, Cabria. You're never going to leave us, so you're hooked. Thank you, Charmaine, and thank you, Jessica. We'll definitely be in touch further along. And now for our next presenter, who will be sharing information with us on her own research and her connection to one of New Hampshire's, but definitely Portsmouth, founding family, so to speak. And I do put that in quotes. So we have Tanya Ward Singer, who is she's a keynote speaker, author, and learning leader who helps K-12 educators shift mindsets and practices for equity and multilingual learning achievements. Her best-selling book is Education Includes Breaking Down the Wall, Excellent Every Day, and Opening Doors to Equity. Tanya also co-facilitates anti-racism dialogues in nonprofit organizations committed to healing racial trauma and ending the legacy of racial oppression in this nation. Without much ado, I'll introduce you to open up the floor for Tanya.
Thank you so much, Jerry Ann. It is a real honor to be here. And let me tell you, speaking on this topic right now with my teachers in the Zoom is immensely humbling. Everything I've learned about Black history and genealogy research in Portsmouth, I've learned from Valerie Cunningham's work and all the work that her work has influenced. And I've learned from Jerry Ann Bogus, and I've learned from Barbara Ward. So I want to just say it's an honor to share my lens on how your incredible research has been a powerful tool in the ongoing, not completed work that I am surrendered to and committed to continuing. I would like to start with a moment to name Prince Whipple, Windsor Moffett, and all the Africans. I want to express gratitude to all the Africans who were enslaved on the ships and the land of my ancestors by my ancestors. I honor you. I release connection of ownership that they forced on you. You were someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's community member. You were and are loved in all of your humanity. I am humbly researching our interconnected histories in search of truth and repair. And we talked about how to honor all the names and really merits more time and more collective community. And it will continue on that piece. So I am a descendant of settler colonists who stole Abenaki, Pennacook, Wabanaki land. Thank you for starting with a land acknowledgement this morning. My ancestors were in Kittery, were in Portsmouth, and several other areas of Massachusetts. But today I'm going to focus very specifically for these questions of how do we research interconnected histories with one focus on one family, which is specifically 7 consecutive generations, actually 8 consecutive generations who lived from Kittery to Portsmouth in one family. And if you continue down the line, you reach my father, who, thank you, Dad, is on this call, and then me, and then my kids, who are the 13th generation. So I know we have local experts and historians on this call, and I want to ask you if you know anything about this tree that was planted next to the Moffett Ladd house. And who planted this tree? Please type in the chat what you know about this tree. Happy Freedom Day. Happy Freedom Day. Thank you, Valerie Cunningham, to everybody. All right, so I'm speaking to a highly educated community on Black history in Portsmouth, which is a complete honor and joy, right? When I tell this story and coming to the table with people from other areas, I tell the full story. But I know locally, because I've also learned to challenge this history from the work that you are doing locally on Black history. It is said that Prince Whipple likely planted this tree, right? I think we don't have the record, and please correct me if I'm wrong, on who planted the tree. But if you Google this tree and start looking up what's online, there are many, 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 many resources that say, without question and without doubt, that William Whipple planted the tree. And in Googling histories about this tree, I learned that a main chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution has had a sapling of this tree planted in what is going to be called, or what is called, the Pathway of the Patriots for the 2026 celebration to honor William Whipple. And I do not see record of Prince Whipple there. I've been emailing and trying to get a response. Like a lot of these things, I'm getting silence. But this tree is a really so powerful because it is used as a symbol of independence, of freedom. It is at the center of our debate on how do we tell history in this country and how do we identify ourselves. I am holding in my palm a seed from this tree, and I do every day. It really is a sense of connecting to place and space, and this question that there are more than one ways to look at history and that our histories are interconnected. Because when I see this tree, I see Prince Whipple and Windsor Moffat walking past a young tree in 1779 to sign the petition for freedom, right? I actually see them walking past a young tree, 1777, 1778, to go fight in the American Revolution, Prince Whipple. So I want to use this to frame this story and how I look at the histories. And I'm going to take us back before this tree. I did find record of another oak tree that lived on that hill that probably goes back to 1600s. And I have questions about it. I want to learn about it. But these two trees together ground us in a sense of place over 400 years. And these two homes you see are the two homes I'm focusing on, and they still stand. The Whipple House, although it's a private residence, it's known as the Whipple House because of the grandchild who lived there. But the Cutts, I'm descended from the Cutts 11 generations back to the Moffats, all the way down to the last generation in that home. Let's use this metaphor for how I approach research. To be honest, and let me be clear, talk about biases. I mean, I am a product of New England historical amnesia. When I learned that my ancestors enslaved people, it wasn't that long ago. And I didn't know about slavery in New England. And neither did my dad and my uncle. And I'm saying that because it's not because we're completely stupid. It's because we are products of universities, advanced degrees that really silence Black history. And that does everyone a disservice, as we know. So the way I approach research, coming at it as I never was not interested in genealogy or history, I will be honest. It starts with a seed, and then questions, and then a search. And I'll give some examples. For me, this is where it started. Thank you, Dad. When my grandfather died, my dad inherited all these papers, and my dad bound them in a book and stuck them on the shelf. Well, in 2016, when I was visiting my dad in Wyoming, I found this and started reading letters. And two things happened. The first thing that happened is I realized I had ancestors. I learned names and I started looking at family trees, and I realized that this letter was written by my direct ancestor, Sarah Catherine Moffat. I have a chart behind me that I go to so I can keep track of these people. But Sarah Catherine, 8 generations, so 8 generation direct ancestor, was writing about a new baby being born. And as a mother, I got pretty attached to her with this idea of this young mother missing her husband. And I wanted to know, who are these people? What are they doing? I read about 100 pages. So the first thing that happened to me is I got attached to ancestors. 100 pages in, probably a day or two in my timeline, in July 2016, I saw this sentence, and that was the seed. I saw the word Negroes in this, and that was what? Why did I not know this? My ancestors enslaved people? That usual kind of white person waking up thing happened, right? So I wanted to know, what were their names? What were their stories? Why didn't I learn this history, right? It's both researching Black history and it's researching white silence. How did this happen that we don't know this? And how do we learn the truth? So what typically happens, and I did see this come up around, is I talked about this with more and more people, and some people are open to it. And thank you, Dad, you're on the call, right? I've actually, my family's been amazing. But it's amazing how quickly people will say too, oh, it's not your fault. Oh, that happened a long time ago. Like they're trying to keep me from searching. I don't know. So want to thank James Baldwin, The White Man's Guilt. Any white folks doing this, please be sure to read this. The White Man's Guilt is one of my favorites from Ebony magazine, 1955. Important to recognize that's the year Emmett Till was lynched and murdered, and that was the year my dad was 12 in Dedham. Those of you researching Dedham, but he talks about this. He says there's this stammering that can be reduced to a plea when white people are called to reckon with their history. Right? Do not name me. I was not there. I did not do it. So I want to acknowledge, of course, a lot of what I'm sharing is not new. Black leaders have been saying this for a long time. It's white folks who've been not listening. Highly recommend this book, Resmaa Menakem's My Grandmother's Hands. And I want to acknowledge the trauma that is in this work. The trauma, I speak from a white lens, and I'm really just going to stay in my place there and speak to what comes up in the white body. But Resmaa Menakem talks about what comes up in white bodies and Black bodies and police bodies around racial trauma. And it's so powerful. I've read it, co-facilitated work on it, and I'm actually revisiting it again because I'm feeling a need to keep that strong center in an embodied presence of researching history. So from a seed to the questions, it's the search, right? Where do we get the information? And what's a blessing, and what I want to share, which is perhaps a different lens than the real expert genealogists and historians in this work, is go to the work that's already been started. Find out who's been writing. And thank you, Valerie Cunningham and Mark Salmons. Black Portsmouth, that was the first book I got and started reading. And it was absolutely phenomenal to start learning the history and learning how to approach the history and much, much more. I also went to the website, and I'm grateful that Barbara Ward was the director of the Moffat Ladd House and Garden at that time and leading powerful work on interconnected histories. So immediately found a lot. So it was not me as a historian, it was me making connections to what's there. So Black Portsmouth, I keep coming back this book and recommending it, and want to let you know too, Valerie Cunningham, that this last year when I engaged many extended descendants who I had not previously met to talk about this research, we also read your book and talked about it, not just to learn this history, but to talk about the whitewashing that we can do. I think it's really important. There have been a few presenters who've spoken about language. And I'm doing this not just with local Portsmouth history, but really by reading many different Black authors on Black history and on interconnected histories and on slavery specifically. And I'm still reckoning with the difference in our word choice. And I feel like I didn't quite identify with whitewashing until I read possibly the historical fiction, The Underground Railroad, where I was like, okay, yeah, I whitewash. So sometimes it's helpful. And Valerie, really, this book is fabulous in terms of so much. Let me show you one thing that happened. And this is what I really recommend for anybody trying to research. Who was the person asking the question? The reverse, but from the white side or from the place side, and you're trying to look up connections. So what happened is I was reading to learn about the Moffats, right? I learned that, okay, Samuel Moffat and John Moffat enslaved 2 people. That was all I knew. That was all my little blinders. And so I was researching, and of course I learned much more. But then what I also saw in the beautiful bios and portraits and stories of individuals was I saw some other last names that were familiar because I was starting to make my own family tree from the, honestly, embarrassment of riches of the amount of genealogical information I have on the white family. But it made it easy to then do a search and find connections. So I began to create a landscape of really white people in Portsmouth in the 1700s who enslaved people, and began to see how they're connected, the Odiorns and the Wentworths and the Langdons and Ladds and Hill and Playstead. I mean, I'm related to, feels like, most of the town at that time. Another seed that was on the Moffat Ladd House and Garden website at the time was really a much deeper reckoning about the ship called the Triton. I learned from this clue on the website that Samuel Moffat had co-invested in a ship, a slave ship, the Triton, and everybody died, or most people died, or it had not arrived. But what became clear, I had been reading the white lens on this, which is where they didn't speak about Black lives. They were just talking about this guy who had no money regaining his life. His wife missed him. His father wanted to send him ships. They hoped he'd make something of himself. And for context, what I want to share is 2016. July 2016, I imagine many of you remember Alton Sterling was murdered and Philando Castile. It was that week that I learned both that my ancestors enslaved people and that I learned online about the Triton. And what was most powerful and jarring was the parallel between the white letters of 1768 and my Facebook feed in 2016. Both situations, you had a lot of white people going about their lives, talking about their family and their jobs, and not naming the Black violence. In this case, my ancestors were direct perpetrators of that violence, but I was not seeing the outrage and the action for Black Lives Matter. So the questions historically, that sent me on a much deeper search, but part of the realizing why history is so important and we need to understand. I need to understand the legacy from then to now. As for the ship, this was a multi-year journey, so I'm giving it to you out of sequence because it's like you find one seed, you find another seed. I searched on the transatlantic slave voyages, which is good when you're looking up white complicity. It's not good when you're looking up Black ancestry. I don't know, someone correct me if you're wrong, but I have yet to see a name. I looked up enslaved people and it's all, the way the records were kept, horribly dehumanizing. It's about numbers and genders and ages. The best information I think you can find is that you can find out where ships began. So we know the Exeter that came to Portsmouth actually stopped in many locations in Africa. And those are in there. So the Triton, I didn't see it at first when I looked on the database, but years later, it did come in. And an online search, never underestimate the power of just Googling something in quotes, especially if you're looking up an enslaver name, you're more likely to find it. That's because of the complete inequity in how many records are kept. But Barbara Ward had cited this as well, that Sibley's Harvard Graduates was where that information about the Triton had come. So it wasn't in the database first. It came from a bio in Sibley's Harvard Graduates. I wanted to read that, and for years I'd been wondering how I could get my hands on it. And to the point of, who do I quote when you say hidden in plain sight? This idea of invisible presence. Those are terms I see a lot when I'm reading Black perspectives on New Hampshire history and the history of slavery. But this is a good example. I was at my mom's house before I went to my 25th reunion at Wesleyan University. And it came up in my spirit to do another Google search for the Triton and to do a Google search for that book. And I found it was on the shelves in the stacks of Wesleyan University where I had attended for 4 years. It was there. The history of my family's connection to slavery and slave trade was in the university while I was a student, not learning anything about that history. The other factor there is it takes up a lot of space. These Sibley's Harvard Graduates take up a lot of space in the stacks. It's another point to kind of reckon with as you look at place names and cemeteries and how much space white history takes up. So thank you, Black Heritage Trail, for the work. So in 2016, I brought my son here to Portsmouth, learned from Jerry Ann Bogus, thank you, and began doing this research. And of course, when you find seeds, you find more questions. This was the big one, and I want to share this as a way of connecting the dots, which is different than the in the weeds specific searching. So there's this legacy of ancestors, right? From 9 times great-grandparents all the way down to my great-great-grandmother, who was a child in this home. And what I created for me to keep track of it, right? Not for presentation purposes, but I decided to look at a through line of 13 generations of my family, really asking what is the legacy between enslavers and me? And really, what does 400 years of systemic racism look like in one line of my family? You have my family, linked histories, and racist policies. So the period of slavery, what became abundantly clear, and you're not going to find this in a single resource. So I want to just encourage people who are looking at the histories of a town, the histories of a white family in this regard, to really look across the whole period of slavery. I first learned about John Moffat, and it's tempting to just say, oh, let's just focus on this one enslaver. Like, let's feed the false narrative that racism is just about a few bad people. Begin to learn names and realize that actually four of the 5 generations, and I say the jury's still out on the generation I haven't found details about, were enslavers, directly enslaving individuals in the home. Actually, that's 3 generations. I'm sorry. I put in Uncle Whipple William in there. He was an uncle, also a direct descendant of the Cutts. I'll come back to this, but just recently I did a Google search and found Cupido, who was in Portsmouth probably for 1 year. If anybody wants that resource, I want to share with you. It's amazing what you can find sometimes Googling. Also, Lives of Consequence, very important. This book came out, and I was finding, that's how I found out about the Cutts. I didn't know about the Cutts, and I hadn't learned that any other connection that slavery went back that far. But I was asking who the ancestors of these enslavers, what they were doing. And I learned in this resource that there were 3 men, 2 women, 2 girls. They actually said 2 women, children. So we can talk about language. 1 boy in 1674. So again, this is just sparking a whole lot more questions, right? Who were they? What were they like? But we know that Robert Cutts had a shipyard. So I'm wondering how many of the men, possibly women and children, were skilled shipbuilders and had those skills. I also wonder who were their descendants, right? Black men, women, children born in Kittery and Portsmouth, right? This is 100 years before the Petition of Freedom, 105 years. And the petition was signed by first generation Africans. So I'm curious to know, we don't know the names of these individuals, but is it possible we know the names of their descendants? And how could we find that connection? For the visual of complicity, this is what really, really stood out when I put it in this framework and started looking at the dots. Shipbuilder, enslaver, enslaved ship, the Exeter, the Triton, the Black Prince. And then when, New England was identifying as, hey, slavery's in the South, the next generations, while they might have had some other industries and jobs as well, were trading. They were merchants. So sugar, cotton. And then Alexander Hamilton Ladd was a cotton buyer in Galveston, Texas. So this brings us back to Juneteenth, right? Look at that history. Juneteenth, you might think of, okay, that's Texas, that's Galveston. What does it have to do with Portsmouth? Well, like a lot of the wealth that's in that home comes from people enslaved in Texas and all cotton coming through that area. If you continue down the generations, it is another clue with, I have many questions and many searches to continue, is that the daughter, Anne Perry Ladd, who was in the Moffat Ladd house, she married John Langdon Ward. So this is Annie P. Ladd. You can see evidence of her school desk. Before their marriage, he was a young white man in Boston area, and he was put in charge of the 3rd Regiment Corps d'Afrique, one of the Black regiments in the Civil War. So that in itself brings up a whole lot of questions about race and racism. But I want to share that when he died, and my dad, he had a collection of lantern slides, which my family donated to the Louisiana Digital Library, and all of these images are online. And this is one action to take if you are in presence of records. If you have records, whether it's records of slavery or any records, to share, make them public. And that is part of the work we're hoping to keep doing. John Langdon Ward is the I say the grandkids of my family keep history. He is the one who typed the letters that his grandmother had transcribed from her great-great-grandmother. He typed them. His grandson kept those records. That was my grandfather. And long after my grandfather died, the records found me. I don't believe it was chance. I believe it was on purpose. And so where do we go with this? Part of the work is engaging more family members in the work, right? Here you have the next generation, my first cousin's kids, learning the history just as I engage my kids. And thank you to everyone on this call who was part of making this incredible African burial ground such a powerful place. We asked each of our kids, you know, who do you stand with, and to pick who they stand with. My son chose, I stand for those who feel anger. And here you have my first cousin and his daughter. I stand for those, I can't read it, so small, who were separated from their loved ones. So to recognize and acknowledge the forced family separation and to try to seek ways to move forward. I'm going to share a couple quick resources. I took a peace building class on transforming community spaces and worked with Barbara Ward and Jerry Ann in this, in just sharing the information. That's partly how we ended up extending out to other family members and really putting some pressure on the Moffat Lad House to shift the telling of the histories and to engage descendants communities who we don't now know descendants, but in the absence of knowing descendants community, be humble enough to recognize that an all-white organization is not going to be able to do the work fully in the way it needs to be done. And coming to the table has been really important in my journey. So I'm sharing this is just a resource for people who are looking for community and dialogue. And we'll just share a really fun fact. I was named Prince Whipple and William Whipple in a call in Oakland and San Francisco, and a Black man friend, I'm not going to name him until I have his permission to name him on this, but he said, I'm related to William Whipple. And we found out we are related through an ancestor of his who was an enslaver who is related to the Cutts. So another reason to keep naming names, you find connections, and now we're swapping family tree information and it keeps expanding. I want to make sure there's some time for questions. I see hands up, and again, a shout out for local history books, and especially Valerie Cunningham and her incredible work.
So thank you so much, Tanya, for your presentation. As you said, we're open up for questions. I'll do my best to feed some to you, or you can raise your hands in the chat and we'll move on. Thank you, Tanya, for that touching presentation. One of the questions here says, Tanya, can you speak to your work on trying to find descendants of Prince and Diana Whipple?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, so part of the work to begin with is, for me at least, was sort of to understand what could be wrong about me researching the descendants of someone my family enslaved, right? So to really approach first that research with a deep humility and sensitivity. So I joined the Linked Descendants group of Coming to the Table, where there are many people who have actually done the work of finding links through slavery, right? So it could be a white person who finds out the living day descendants of someone their ancestors enslaved and reaches out and says, I have information. Are you interested? Do you want to talk? Could be a Black descendant of enslaved who's reaching out to the enslavers. And so it's a place I got to listen and learn from people who are about 20, 30 years into these kind of conversations and have community for that work. I would like to find descendants, honestly, of Prince Whipple and anyone my ancestors enslaved. I did recently find, I'd be very interested in your perspectives on this, but kind of working from, let me just share. Working from the resources in Black Portsmouth, right? Because Valerie Cunningham has done such an amazing job really sharing 3 generations, I think 3, correct me if I'm wrong, this family. So kind of piecing together clues from what's there. She shared North Church baptism records, Elizabeth. We know that, and then what was calling her Elizabeth Betsy Whipple, but let me just show you, here's census records that I think are worth further studying to look at, but you have Elizabeth, I'm assuming this is the Betsy Smith who's here. And again, I'm making that leap based on what's in Black Portsmouth, and I want to acknowledge it's a leap. But to see Lucy Smith, so I don't know the relationship, you're just having to make some guesses, but there's a Lucy Smith here who is Lucy Smith 10 years later, same age, who is Lucy J. Smith, 41. I really appreciate speakers before talking about a woman's age being different in the records. And I was having a moment here where I was like, does this mean it's not the same person? Or is this like woman changes her age as she gets older? Or am I reading into it? The most current information I found from this last research, 1880, there's a William B. Smith and a Zeverina Giles. Zeverina Giles in the census that I looked up through my heritage said grandchild. I don't know. But Willie B, I'm assuming, is a child of John Smith. So I have questions. So I want to be just clear. I have a lot of questions, and I'm putting this out there because maybe people who are on this call who have more insight and connection, we want to follow up and you have more insights. But I did find a perfect attendance record of Willie B. Smith and Zeverina Giles in school. I believe it was 1778 and 1779. And I will share those records with the Black Heritage Trail. That's as far as I've got. It's very hard to find someone under the name of William B. Smith. There's a lot of Willie Smiths. So that's,
Tanya,
yes.
Sorry. Why do you think it's important for white folks to do this research in connecting to their enslavers' history?
Such a good question. It's absolutely important to really know the ground you're standing on. It's important for healing. I think it's important to acknowledge and seek to heal. And I think we have to move the dialogue. Obviously, the dialogue is fierce and toxic right now, and in legislatures across the nation trying to silence talk about systemic racism, let alone in your own family. But I believe it helps dismantle a lot of false narratives. So one common thing, and this happens with white liberals, and it happens with white Northerners. So I'm a descendant of white Northerners. I grew up in California. It happens with Californians too, which is to think racism's bad. I hate it. I didn't cause it. It's caused by other people. It's like we distance ourselves from it. Like, oh, I'm so sad. That makes me so sad, but I have nothing to do with it. Or maybe I'll help. So you get white saviorism. You have a whole different positionality to racism. And it's incredibly humbling to go, oh, 7 consecutive generations of my family caused explicit racial violence through colonization, through slavery, through trade in goods that were created out of forced labor and slavery. And then to ask, how am I like this person? Right? It's not to say, because at first, of course, it's like, oh, they're enslavers. Oh gosh, I shun them. I shun them. You know, we do the Puritan thing. You're in the public stockade. We're going to shame you and cast you out. I think we have to go deeper than that. How am I like this enslaver? How am I complicit now? What am I not seeing now? Maybe it was normal at the time. What's normal to me now that should not be normal to me now?
Thank you. Are there any other questions? You're getting a lot of comments in the chat on how good your presentation, how passionate it is, and how powerful it is. Well, thank you, Tanya.
I want to share something else that's really helpful that my dad and I did, which is, you know, look beyond, when you're looking at systemic racism, my dad and I looked up the redlining records in Dedham, Massachusetts, where he grew up. right? And we had a conversation about where he lived in Dedham. And I think that that's helpful too. So it's anytime you can personalize this concept of racist policies to your own family and see how you have personally benefited is helpful.
Thank you. There's a comment. Without the work that people like Tanya is doing, I don't think the historical conversation will change. So thank you for doing your work. And
I see Robert Bellinger has a hand, and thank you.
Yes, I just want to thank you for your presentation. And what you're talking about is wrestling with moral issues, both in family and between families. And it can get very complex, as you said, because the example you gave of finding someone who you're related to through the Whipples, when those relationships cross the lines between enslaver and enslaved, and you're related, it can raise a lot of moral issues on both sides and a lot of questions about family. So yeah, great issues to deal with, and which we have to, as a nation, wrestle with.
Right. Thank you. And the white folks too, we have to wrestle with, there's this issue of like, I need to shut up and get out of the way, or I need to speak up, and trying to figure out which to do. It's not easy, and I'm going to step in it and I'm going to mess up. But what's become abundantly clear in this is you got to speak up about this. Okay. You got to work with white people. That's what everyone's telling me all the time. So I know I'm not, and we need to have these conversations.
Your fellow people from coming to this table said you've done them proud.
And I do want to put out there another reason to find descendants. I'm interested in repair. And I've talked to Jerry Ann about some ideas. I definitely have some ideas I want to move towards for action, but they're sort of hovering here in this draft phase, because it would really be ideal to have descendants in the conversation. You know, going back to our first presenter's point, right? Involve the descendant community. I'm also advocating hard, you know, Moffat Ladd House just lost all their leaders who were committed to this work. So pressuring and trying to figure out what to do and what's possible. You know, these are still open-ended questions, but ultimately to have descendants involved in shaping how histories are told in a space, if they choose to.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. We know we'll be working with you further, and when you're in town again, we'll definitely have you live for an event. I know a lot of us, and Barbara and I, are still working with you on a whole bunch of other things. We look forward to seeing you then. And we've actually come to the close of today's program. I want to thank you all for being here. All the presenters have given us some really important tools for us to look at, different ways for us to reimagine this history that we've been told of what America is, and really seeing the connection between the Black story and the white story, that they're much more interconnected than some people want to imagine. But it's through that shared story and through us sharing it, through researchers like everybody who presented and people who are doing this work, that we can actually start repairing a lot of the damage that's done and some of the issues that we still wrestle with in our country today. So today was our time for us to look back at the history. Tomorrow is going to be a time for us to celebrate this history. We're going to be at the Music Hall with Nakenje, a Broadway singer, celebrating African-American sopranos, and one of New Hampshire's 18th century sopranos, Nellie Brown Mitchell, will be honored as well. So we can hear the story of that. On Saturday, we're going to be looking at the whole science of DNA and what that means, how it's changing our landscape. And then we will be honoring the ancestors at the African burying ground through chanting. We have 2 African Babaloas who will be performing rituals at the burying ground, drumming and dance. So I hope you'll join us for the rest of our celebration. Please remember to do the survey so we can continue to bring you programs like these, gathering folks together to do this work. And if you so inclined to support the work of the Black Heritage Trail, we have a link on our website for you to support our work. That's about it for today. Thank you all for joining us. And I have to thank my people in the background. We've been running around back here today, Gina and Terry, working really hard, and Dan on keeping us keeping all the lines open and our work going. So thank you, everybody, and we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the celebration. Any questions? We're happy to answer them. We'll save the chat and we'll be sharing that with everybody. We'll have the recording of today's presentations, which we will share with people who registered. Later on, it will go on our YouTube channel. And Lynn and Rebecca are definitely working for us to continue to bring these kind of workshop programs to you. So thank you all.